I'm calling to order the January MTA Board Meeting. Let's hear the safety announcement, and then from public speakers, which will be moderated by the one and only Lucille Songhai.
Your safety is of the foremost importance to the MTA. Therefore, we ask that you listen and adhere to the following instructions. If you witness an emergency, notify emergency personnel in the room and call 911 immediately. Please follow any audible instructions provided through the public address system or visually on screens in the event of an emergency. If an alarm sounds, wait for a public address announcement and follow instructions. If told to go to another floor or to evacuate the building, leave all unessential items behind and use stairwell A just across the main hallway or stairwell B down the hallway past the elevators. If you have a mobility disability or cannot self-evacuate, please proceed to stairwell D or E for assistance by MTA staff or emergency personnel. An automated external defibrillator, AED, for use by trained personnel is in the main hallway just past the elevators. If you need assistance during an evacuation, please tell an MTA staff member or emergency personnel. Thank you and have a safe day.
Lucille?
Good morning, Chair. We have 30 members of the public registered to speak today. We ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. As a reminder to the public, speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. Our first speaker today is Queensborough President Donovan Richards, followed by John Padula.
Thank you, Lucille, and good morning. Thank you, Chair Lieber, and to your fellow members of the MTA Board. And it really is a good morning, as I believe the board is about to make a decision that will dramatically improve the lives of 2.4 million Queens residents who I represent. I want to first thank you and your staff for years of hard work in putting this bus network redesign plan together. I know it wasn't easy, and I know you heard a lot of criticism along the way. But in the end, the multiple rounds of public feedback received about this redesign plan have helped to make it a much better plan. Let's be clear, there's no such thing as a perfect plan. I often say that this is a perfectly imperfect plan, but the plan being voted on today is a pretty damn good one. I really want to thank the MTA for hearing the concerns that residents and elected officials like myself have made about the plan. I also want to thank you for addressing those concerns in subsequent versions of the plan. Thanks to your hard work and your receipt of extensive public input, you're about to vote on a plan that would significantly improve bus service throughout Queens. And let me tell you, Queens definitely needs to see this improvement. Since so much of our borough exists in a transit desert with limited to no subway service, Queens residents rely heavily on buses to get around. And for far too long, Queens bus service has been inefficient as well as insufficient. With bus routes and stops based on decades-old commuting trends and population patterns, the 800,000 Queens residents who ride the bus each day have long endured slow and infrequent service. But if you approve this Queens bus network redesign, those days will finally be over. With the implementation of this redesign, we will be reorganizing our borough's transportation infrastructure and addressing long-time inequities by improving bus services in historically underserved communities. And these service improvements will promote a greener, healthier, and more sustainable environment by encouraging more Queens residents to use the bus. I want to thank you for your hard work and dedication to this project, and I look forward to continuing to work with you to improve mass transit throughout the world's borough. Transportation is a great equalizer, and I feel this plan is going to help bring more equity across Queens. Thank you, and thank you to all the board members for hearing me this morning.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John Padula, followed by Jean Bryan.
Got it. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is John Padula. Although New York City Public Schools is closed today and my esteemed employer gave me the day off, I'm still here. And the reason why I'm here is because I want my kids, no matter what, to have real choices. I want them to have a dignified adult experience. I want them to enjoy life, whether they're at work or whether it's a day off. Mr. Lieber, I know you absolutely adore my writing, and I hope you thoroughly enjoyed my last piece on congestion pricing. But I got to be honest with you, sir. The original title, before the Daily News changed it, was Accessible Transit. Let's put our money where your mouth is. So the shakedown was successful, and whether we like it or not, congestion pricing is here. And I got to be honest, traffic is better and quality of life is better. But a meaningful, modern paratransit system is part of accessible transit. And I know that paratransit won't directly benefit from those funds from congestion pricing, but hopefully indirectly it will benefit, and it can't be forgotten. This community has waited too long, and you got to come through on your promises. So congestion pricing is here, the money is here, no excuses. And there's a wish list, and we'll talk about that in the months to come, but there's improvements that need to happen to paratransit. There's no way that 30 minutes is deemed on time. I don't care what the federal government says. The 20-minute window has to be a real goal. How can we call our transit system inclusive when paratransit riders lack the same flexibility and spontaneity as any other transit rider in our system? It's just not fair. There's so many inequities, and we'll get into it. You guys know my feelings on e-hail, taxi authorizations. There's just so many things. But we have to put our money where our mouth is. You have to put our money where your mouth is. This community has waited too long. No more excuses. Never mistake disability for inability. And remember, low expectations lead to low outcomes. My name is John Padula. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Jean Ryan, followed by Jason Anthony.
Hello, I'm Jean Ryan, President of Disabled in Action of Metropolitan New York. The eHail on-demand program has been life-changing for me and for most of the people who are in it. We want the program to be expanded to many more people. I would use the on-demand program more if all drivers spoke more than a few phrases of English, and if they all had the correct straps and knew how to use them to safely secure my wheelchair and me with a seatbelt required by New York state law. Without a seatbelt attached on both ends to the frame of the car, in a crash, I could go flying into another part of the car or out the window, and I would certainly be very injured or dead. Our wheelchair seatbelts, if we use them, are not approved for securement in vehicles. Everyone else buckles up, but in the cargo section where we ride, we need the driver to secure our wheelchairs and give us the correct straps for a seatbelt. The MTA and the app companies, including taxi apps, could require drivers to have an elementary command of English. So when we say, please drop me off on the corner, or my wheelchair slid back too far, they would understand. This would be good for riders with visual disabilities too. The MTA and the app companies should require drivers who participate in the on-demand rides to get better and more frequent training on how to secure us. And they should require the proper straps. The companies should revise their comment section so no wheelchair seatbelt provided is upfront in the app, and there would be consequences to drivers from the companies. The companies should also train their help people so they understand our issues. Now they are clueless. Riding in a taxi or for-hire vehicle should not continue
Thank you
to
for
be
your
an
comment.
unsafe Wild West for people with disabilities.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Jason Anthony, followed by Deborah Greif.
Good morning, Lucille. Good morning, Jano. Good morning, Paige. And good morning to the entire MTA board. Jason Anthony, the transit guru, has reborn on 2025. Like I mentioned on Monday, it happened yesterday afternoon. The federal government froze federal funds. So, what happened in all 50 states plus territories? All federal funds, grants, loans were frozen. What this inquire to our beloved Empire State? Projects like the Second Avenue subway, elevators, ramps, etc., could have been potentially put again in pause. But it wasn't until a DC district judge put what the federal government deemed illegal, unconstitutional on hold. But what could we do? Stand up, do what is right. So I'll say to the press, ride the subway, ride accessoride, ride an elevator, and report the facts, not jump into conclusions. And those advocates, constituents, write support letters to all elected officials, local, state, etc., because the future accessibility rides with us.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Deborah Greif, followed by Chris Greif.
Good morning. My name is Deborah Greif. I'm here. First, I want to say I'm enjoying congestion pricing because it's so nice that instead of sitting and waiting a half an hour just to get near the brook, well, I'm sorry, I'm an old person. I grew up as the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel. You know, it's known as the Ucari. Instead of waiting a half an hour just to approach, to get to the tunnel, we went through the tunnel. And this was during rush hour in the afternoon. And also this morning, it was a pleasure. And also what made it a pleasure is finally both times when the drivers had to bring me here to 2 Broadway, we didn't have to sit in traffic waiting for a car that's 3 times the size of God knows what to park. So, yes, I'm very happy with congestion pricing because, one, I was at 2, the opening of the elevators. That means more accessibility. I want the money for ramps, too, because there are certain stations, ramp it. It'll be cheaper, and ramps don't break as fast as an elevator. And that would be really helpful. I also think that there are the MTA police there. There's only one wish I had for the MTA police, and I'm saying this as a retired council president. Transit District 34 and the others do not have their own precinct councils. They have to go and share it with a regular precinct council. So I would like for them to also have their own community precinct councils. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Chris Greif, followed by David Kupferberg.
Good morning, everyone. Christopher D. Greif. Yes, the second Greif is here. First, I want to be I might be a little blunt today, not with you guys, but some of our elected officials who sent a letter to the president. How they forget people with disabilities and seniors who are here, who uses Accessoride, uses the buses and subways. How they forget that we are still human beings. It is really upsets me that I had to see a letter, and it doesn't matter which party they're from. How they forget there is a very rule that comes in every July, the ADA law, the American Disability Act law. How could they do that to us? They forget we use the buses, we use the Accessorides, we use the Long Island Railroad Metro North. This is how I'm upset with the elected officials, how they forget. But on the good things, or I want to say this is, I do want to always thank MTA Police and NYPD because where they have to deal with issues on the subways or the railroads, they're there. I thank them. But very importantly is with the Queens redesign coming in, we need to remind everyone that we need to communicate with Department of Transportation. There is an accessibility DOT. We need to make clear to them that they have to hear what the community say. Like bus stops need to be make sure the stops are safe and the lighting and the signs. Because if you go to Queens, some of the signs they're older than maybe me, and they're square boxes. They need to be updated as well. And that's the thing. That's DOT. So we need to continue working on that. And the main thing is I'm going to say this. The future of accessibility rides with us, because the accessibility we've been trying to do is keep moving forward, not going backwards. And I hope the elected officials will understand this message. Accessibility is for seniors, people with disabilities, for everyone who likes to use accessibility elevators or ramps. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is David Kupferberg, followed by Rachel Langston.
On January 25th, 2025, I testified at the MTA NYCT/MTA Bus Committee meeting that the MTA wants to invest for the Queens Bus Network redesign $33.7 million, or 174 hundredths of 1% of MTA's operating budget. If the MTA invested 1%, or 194 million, most service gaps in Queens would be closed and service would be expanded to many transit deserts throughout the borough of Queens. Instead, the planners intend to create more transit deserts. For example, the MTA wants to give Jamaica Avenue riders east of Hempstead Avenue access to the E, J, and Z trains at Jamaica Center. But riders on Hempstead Avenue, including those going to the UBS Arena, would lose this important access. Plus, the entire neighborhood would lose overnight service via the 212th Street couplet. It seems that overall there is support for the Q36's and Q110's current route structure. Hence, the Q110 Hillside Avenue trip should be maintained and no Q82. The MTA wants the B62 diverted and extended to Astoria, and the Q101 no longer serve Midtown Manhattan. The neighborhoods of Astoria and Long Island City attempted to demonstrate to the MTA that there is support for the Q101's and B62's current route structure. Why? Because these neighborhoods for a long time have been demanding a route via 21st Street and the Queens Midtown Tunnel. Such a bus route would significantly increase accessibility and connectivity. In fact, the service planners are more concerned with the 20-second safe pulling in and out of each bus stop than the time it is to travel to and from the bus stop. Take a tip from Philadelphia. Be more concerned with commute times than your bottom line. To the MTA board, the Queens Bus Network redesign proposed final plan addendum is nothing but glorified service cuts. The project must be delayed until it is done right. Tell the service planners to go back to the drawing board. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rachel Langston, followed by Tramell Thompson.
Hi, I'm Rachel Langston, and I am disabled. I need to be able to use the Access-a-Ride shuttle so that I can get to important things like classes and doctor's appointments. Recently, after a months-long process, I was denied being able to use the shuttle despite a doctor's note stating that I am unable to take public transit. The denial included several reasons. One of them was the statement that applicant ambulated with a walker, completed 2 to 3 city blocks in 5 minutes, and climbed the bus step in 5 seconds without any limitation and stable balance. This is false. I cannot do that. I cannot walk 2 to 3 blocks in under 5 minutes with no rest period. And I was not given that test. I never left the building. And I didn't see anyone else leave the building. I think it's outrageous that I have been denied from the from what I need in order to live my life, in order to take care of myself, in order to do my daily tasks, because of an examination that I was not even given. Personally, I don't understand why we need to have assessments to begin with. If the defense against people like supposed fraud is keeping the people who actually need the services from being able to get the services, that is a big problem. So yeah, I ask that these services be looked into. I ask that there's more honesty about what exams are actually being given, and no more lies about it. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Tramell Thompson with TWU Local 100.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. For those who don't know me, I'm the new RTO elected vice president of TWU Local 100, and I got a lot of things to say. this is one of the worst companies to work for. I experienced it. I got assaulted by 2 employees. My leg broke in 2 places. MTA swept it up under the rug. Didn't investigate, didn't interview everybody. Just let that go up under the rug. I exposed corruption for years at SIR. They never called none of my witnesses, but bring charges against me to say that I was making up lies. I guarantee you, if I was a white man making these allegations, if I was a white man who got assaulted, the outcome would have been way different. And you know that, Mr. Lieber. Last night, 1 o'clock in the morning, I get a call of a superintendent sending a train operator for incident testing because they got assaulted at work. And I asked the superintendent, why? Because this guy's a recidivist, he does this all the time. We send them for reasonable suspicion. A lot of people here are lawyers. Please tell me what reasonable suspicion mean. It don't mean because he go out on workers' comp a lot. That's not a reason to send him for incident testing. And this is a recurring theme with this company. Now, my friends who go to work for Metro North and Long Island Railroad from here to there, they say they love it there. And I wonder why. Maybe it's because the Caucasian workforce over there is 62 and 63%. And the Caucasian workforce over here is only like 17%, and it's mostly black and Spanish people that work here. This is a symptom of being black in America working for this company. And y'all go see a lot of me in the media. Y'all go see a lot of me up here because what y'all did to me is dead wrong. And God elected me to make sure that I'm here. And I'm gonna make sure that
Thank you for your comment.
know exactly what's going on.
Sir, thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Iris Kelly, followed by Philip Valenti.
Yes. Okay. I have some problems with the railroad. Did either of you ever take the railroad, come from Manhattan, from Long Island back to Brooklyn? This is terrible. Ever since he made the changeover in February of 2023 for Grand Central, you've treated us like garbage. You're supposed to go from track 2 to track 12. When I get over there, the train's just pulling away. That's not right. I'm supposed to make my own connection just like everybody else does. And this is not right at all. How'd you feel if it happened to you? You know, this is not nice. Think about it. You know, because everybody else is like, I was like a short bridge going 6, 2, 7, 8 is nothing. But go from track 2 all the way to track 12 is disgusting. That's not right for anybody who has to travel that. You ever think about that one?
Our next speaker is Philip Valenti, followed by Michael Howard.
Philip Valenti, President of TWU Local 106 Transit Supervisors. You have a budget crisis. You know why? You have massive waste due to mismanagement. East New York Maintenance Bus Facility, $400,000 a month you're spending on overtime for fire watch. That's guys standing around waiting to see if there's a fire due to a bad fire suppression system. That's almost $10 million you spent so far on overtime for fire watch. Meanwhile, you have engineers and plumbers on the property who could have fixed this problem 2 years ago, but you haven't done anything. You haven't even begun to fix the problem yet. 207th Street Yard, train yard in Manhattan. You bought a crane 4 years ago for almost $1 million. That crane is sitting in the same exact spot for 4 years, dead. It needs a new battery and everything else, and I don't think you'll ever get it started, okay? That crane is brought in, sitting in the same spot, and not only that, no one was ever trained to operate that crane. You hired last year 100 more Eagle team members because you have a problem with fare evasion. You have a problem with fare evasion because you started this paying the bus stop fare collection. That's what led to the fare evasion. And to fix the problem, you're spending $8 million for Eagle team members for a problem you created. So that's, again, caused by management, waste mismanagement. You impose a $9 tax on all of us due to congestion pricing. You cut my jobs. You cut my overtime. You squeeze us all for money. But what about you? When are you going to get your cost waste under control? You have the audacity to impose congestion pricing. You make cuts to my members and squeeze all of us. While you piss away millions of dollars on nothing. Where is the accountability? There is no accountability, and that's the problem. And that's why we have a budget crisis, and you caused this. And this is a disgrace. And there's more ways to come, and I'll be here every month reporting on it.
Our next speaker is Michael Howard, followed by Valerie Mason.
Good morning. My name is Michael J. Howard. I prefer to be called Mike as a nickname with respect. Anyway, the reason I'm here today because I want to let y'all know, let any of you know that y'all need to start retiring the R46s at Coney Island Yards from 5482 to 5749 has to retire now. And y'all need to start sending the 5800s from Picking Yards or 207 yards into Coney Island Yards as a replaceable. And I just want to thank y'all for making 2 station accessibles this year, which is Westchester Square and Wehaven Boulevard on the J and Z. And you know what's not in that plan. You know what's not in that plan for from this year to 2029. You know what station is not in there? Grant Avenue on the A. Grant Avenue on the A needs to be accessible. Also, it needs to have one elevator going from mezzanine, platform to mezzanine/street, along with a ramp outside of the station. And another thing is, I want to see the Q22 be extended from Far Rockaway Mine Avenue Station to the Long Island Railroad
Thank you for your
Station.
comment. Thank you. Our next speaker is Valerie Mason, followed by Anna Humphrey.
Good morning. I'm Valerie Mason, the chair of Manhattan Community Board 8. I'm here to urge you to support our December 2019 resolution asking for the repeal of the $2.50 for hire vehicles congestion pricing surcharge. We were told at that time that this was a temporary charge until the congestion pricing scheme was in effect. In November 2024, the governor unpaused CP and reduced the congestion pricing charges by 40%. In December, she eliminated the gridlock surcharge, but it seems she forgot about the existing congestion pricing surcharge. Even after her announcement, the overall CP charge for taxis is still a blistering $3.25 for every ride. To be consistent with the governor's rationale for reducing CP charges in the first place, this charge should be reduced by 40% immediately. The monies raised by this charge do not outweigh the undue burden on Manhattan residents. Reinventing Albany has pointed out that some of the money raised by this charge doesn't even go to public transit, but to toll rebates to car drivers using roads in the Bronx, Queens, and Staten Island. In my position as CBA chair, I have received many complaints about the high cost of riding taxis, a form of public transportation, especially from seniors. Essentially, the starting taxi fare is $9. Sounds familiar, right? The private charge for CP. With almost $6 in charges and taxes when the meter goes down, and many times at the end of the ride, the actual fare is less than the tax. Seniors' reduced fare cards are rendered meaningless. As of April 2024, less than 30% of subway stations in Manhattan are accessible, and seniors are afraid to use the subway. If you are a frequent bus rider, at least on the Upper East Side, as soon as more than 2 people with walkers and 2 people with strollers board, the aisles are impassable, and there are no seats for those who have trouble standing. We need taxis to be an affordable mode of public transportation.
Thank you for your comment.
Please.
Thank you for your comment. Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Anna Humphrey, followed by Patrick Condren.
Good morning. My name is Anna Humphrey, and I'm the Transportation Community Organizer with the Center for Independence of the Disabled in New York. First, we commend the MTA for implementing congestion pricing, which has great potential to fund much-needed accessibility upgrades. We urge you to ensure this funding is used to make New York City's transit system more inclusive and equitable. However, accessibility issues remain urgent. On Monday, we rallied for the resolution of the elevator maintenance case. Simply put, we need elevators that are clean, functional, and reliable. Out-of-service elevators leave people stranded. The MTA must also provide real-time, accurate updates on outages so riders aren't left without options. Addressing these issues is essential to making our transit system truly accessible. We're also deeply concerned about the Queens bus network redesign, which will eliminate stops and space others farther apart. This presents a serious hardship for people with mobility disabilities who rely on frequent stops to get where they need to go. Increasing walking distances will make transit less accessible, limiting independence and mobility for many New Yorkers. We urge the MTA to reconsider this approach. Finally, we call on you to continue prioritizing and expediting accessibility upgrades across the transit system. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Patrick Condren, followed by Miriam Fisher. Patrick, you just need to unmute yourself. All right, we will come back. Our next speaker is Miriam Fisher, and then we'll come back to Patrick. Miriam?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please start.
Okay. My camera doesn't seem to be working. Since there's been a lot of mention about improved bus transportation, let me put on the radar bus stops also need to be accessible with seats, shelters from bad weather. Nobody likes to stand for 20 minutes in the snow waiting for the next bus. Elevators. Sign the elevator maintenance lawsuit. A law is a guarantee, not a promise that can be broken. People with disabilities don't have alternatives like the rest of us, stranded for hours, terrible use of EMS service, which is needed for emergencies like heart attacks. Most of the elevators out are from the developers, not from the MTA. It needs to be monitored legally. Announcements of elevator outages on cars, on platforms. Not everyone has cells, which don't work everywhere. Anyway, the technology is there, and I don't know, I'm not visible, but this is digital display from Washington, D.C. Elevator outage tells you which stations so people can prepare. Bathrooms, only 78 accessible out of 133 in full, all need to be accessible and open, and benches often removed in stations where homeless congregate, such as 53rd and Lex. People need to sit, pregnant women, bad backs, legs, seniors, all of us need to sit. Keep that on the radar, that on the agenda. Thank you for listening.
Our next speaker is Patrick Condren, followed by Alita Dupree.
Good morning, Chair Lieber and MTA Board. My apologies for the glitch on the mute there. I'd like to say, give you an update regarding private bus companies operating commuter service for the public between New Jersey, New York, Pennsylvania, and the surrounding areas. January, the commentary I've got from 7 or 8 of the companies is during January, severe cold may not be an immediate indicator, as we all know. So within the next few months, we expect to have a better picture. But clearly in New Jersey, there's a slight uptick in ridership. And in New Jersey also, they're seeing increases and anticipating increases over the next few weeks and months. In New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania, the commuters are definitely experiencing improvements in travel time with a reduction in traffic times. Academy, in particular, has noticed good reductions in timing. In the Upper East Side, after Jitney comes in from the east end of Long Island, as you know, comes down Lexington Avenue. Traffic is very good and definitely improving coming into the city, but hit a little snags in Lexington Avenue as you approach 59th Street, but then below 59th, of course, it's opened up. Again, reducing traffic and improving the traffic flow, et cetera. So we look forward to next steps. And anecdotally, I ride the bus in Manhattan and Brooklyn, and happy to hear that people are commenting on a regular basis that looks like it's working. So Happy New Year. Figured I'd say hi.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alita Dupree, followed by Andrea Galliano.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Jana Lieber and members. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her with Team Folds, as I speak with you this morning. I forgot to mention it at the Railroad Committee. I think we should have sweaters that say Grand Central that can be sold in the transit store, because you can never have enough Grand Central Terminal. Just thought I'd start off with that. I keep saying it, I hope to come to New York, and one reason why I want to come to New York is to experience congestion pricing. So I'll be using the subway and the buses, and often ride New Jersey Transit, and I plan to get a ride share. There are electric ride shares that I can use, and I'll pay the $1.50 ride share fee, so I can pay something into the subway, all the other work that we need to do. So I hope we can keep that going, because I want to have my chance to experience that. So thank you for that. I've said it before. I'm very passionate about the railroads, and I really think we have to have consistent fair policy. I know how to use the system, use train time, but I think we have to survey how many people are having problems on the trains because of the peak hour pricing. Yes, it's within the bounds of law. I understand that. It's legal. But I want us to have a more user-friendly system for people to use our railroads. Certainly that's going to take a Title VI, so we can't do it today. But I think we should look at that. And I want us to build our renewable energy powered subway. I think we should have renewable energy. But lastly, thank you for giving me the time to share today about the system that is legendary and stately. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andrea Galliano, followed by Brian Fritsch.
Hi, I'm Andrea Galliano, and I'm here to ask what the MTA has done and what plans to do about on improving the air quality in the subway. I'm asking this because based on studies, several studies, the latest done by the NYU Tandon School of Engineering, the air quality in the subway is in the station underground is 7.5 times, like the pollution is 7.5 times higher than on above ground stations. And those underground are like the pollution is 10 times more than the APA standards. And the pollution is produced by the friction of the brakes on the wheels on the tracks. And this is about the platform. And regardless the trains, I would like to know why in the trains there are used the MERV 7 or 8 or 9 filters that can catch less than 20% of the PM 2.5 pollution, while in the BART in San Francisco, they use the MERV 14 that can catch more than the 90% of the PM 2.5 pollution. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brian Fritsch, followed by Charlton D'Souza.
Shinnin Happy Lunar New Year. I'm Brian Fritsch, Associate Director for the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA PCAC. We hope the Year of the Snake brings us all good fortune and wisdom. We got some of that recently with the long-awaited start of congestion pricing and applaud Governor Hochul for moving it forward. We're thrilled to see the program working as intended by reducing congestion for drivers, emergency vehicles, and buses, making our streets safer and reducing crashes, improving air quality, and raising critical funds for essential transit infrastructure across the region. But we also received some alarming news when the legislature rejected the 25 to 29 capital plan. This leaves riders hanging in limbo while Albany puts its collective head together to come up with a solution for fully funding the plan. Luckily, they don't have to think too hard. PCAC will soon release a report which details nearly 24 funding options for Albany to pick from, although some sources are clearly more equitable than others. Rooted in the 20-year needs assessment, the capital plan barely keeps up with the cost of construction inflation and is made up almost entirely of critical state of good repair, resiliency, and accessibility projects, as well as a transformative IBX. These projects can't wait. The plan will also generate an estimated $106 billion of statewide economic input over 5 years, supporting 72,700 jobs. We need a fully funded capital plan to build a better region and economy now. Nothing is cheaper the longer you wait. I'll end by applauding the tremendous amount of work and outreach that has gone into the Queens Bus Network redesign, which has been 5 years in the making. Some people don't want to see any changes, but as the borough has grown, it's critical that the bus system evolves to make buses faster, safer, more reliable, and more frequent. We are hopeful that you will continue to adapt and expand service as field testing turns into actual experience, and urge the board to support the plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Charlton D'Souza, followed by Joel Chapman.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Charlton D'Souza. I'm the president and founder of Passengers United. So here are the facts on the Queens bus redesign. 1,800 bus stops are being eliminated in Queens. The actual speed limit is only 20 miles per hour. The MT bus company, when it was formed, promises were made that New York City transit routes and MT bus company routes would never be combined. The bus cuts on the Q110, Q101, and other bus routes will leave people and seniors stranded. And it's going to be 2 buses from Southeast Queens, like on the Q82 and Q110, to get to the E train. And in other areas, it's going to make Southeast Queens a transit desert. Rush routes will leave local passengers stranded without bus service. Only 1% of bus riders attended the workshops. The elected officials do not ride buses. We do, the actual passengers. And the MTA's equity evaluation left out riders with disabilities, all right? And all I have to say is I'm so proud of the Passengers United team because we were the only nonprofit that issued a report, held meetings, held briefings, went on buses, organized passengers. Mr. Chairman and this board, I beg you, please delay the Queens bus redesign for another 2 months to look at the effects of congestion pricing and the increased ridership. Southeast Queens, Northeast Queens, and Western Queens should not be a transit desert. And many routes will still be under that. And as far as the borough president, I understand that that's his opinion, but he's never met with us. In fact, at the MT public hearing in the summertime, he was not there to attend it. He only did the press conference. So again, and my elected officials, they're not here today. They should have been here. But many riders, their commutes are just going to be really, really bad. And the E and F trains are bad. If you guys were to make the city ticket $2.50 or $2.75, like you did for Far Rockaway, that would help us out a great deal. So that's it. And we'll meet with you, and we're going to issue you our report.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Joel Chapman, followed by Jessica Murray.
This is Joel. I'm here to talk about my experience with elevator replacements
and to request better timing and communication. I'll start off by saying that I'm very glad elevators are being replaced. I'll continue by saying that the amount of time you're taking elevators out of service for is a real problem, and the communication from the MTA to the public needs to be improved. Let me tell you how this has impacted me. I moved to New York about a year and a half ago. Purposefully, I moved close to an accessible subway stop, 125th on the ACE. 3 months into being here, I saw a sign on the elevator wall at 125th. The street elevator would be taken out of service for 6 months. 6 months! 125th is really the only option. The two other stations, 96 on the 123 and 125th on the 456, are about 1.5 miles from me. But that's what I've had to do all year. I'd like to note that this elevator went out of service at the end of November, just as we plunged into wintry temperatures. So the first impact you need to be aware of is that you are forcing disabled people to spend more time in sub-freezing temperatures. June 2024 rolled around. Every time it got close to the date of completion, it would move back another week, another month. June became July, September, fourth quarter 2024. Finally, in December 2024, I looked at my phone while on a subway trip and saw green check marks on the map I created to track elevator status. With great relief, I used the station for the first time in a year, only to discover a sign in that station announcing the downtown platform elevator would be next. You have to remember that I wasn't using the station all year, so I had no way of seeing that. Please do better at communicating outages, and please be more transparent about timelines. As soon as you know you're not going to hit a deadline, tell the people. Make sure I understand that my subway station will be out of commission in some way for 3 years. You've chosen not to build elevator redundancy, that is 2 street elevators at every station, so replacing them in this way is a huge problem. Please replace on a shorter timeline. A month would be great. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jessica Murray, followed by Cassie Refucci.
Hi, good morning. My name is Jessica Murray. I'm a member of the Advisory Committee on Transit Accessibility to the MTA. I used to chair this committee for about 4 years. The committee only came into existence in 2019. Andy Byford created it to replace the Internal Compliance Coordination Committee, CCC, that was led by MTA officials. He wanted advocates to lead this committee. He used to say, advocates hold our feet to the fire. They keep us accountable. And I've heard other people repeat that line. I think Jano has said it before, Q has said it. And I don't think Andy meant that as like giving a warm, fuzzy feeling by having your feet next to the fire. I think that he recognized that criticism is necessary for growth. And I think that's what he meant by it. But unfortunately, you know, I personally have been retaliated against for offering fair criticism of the ways that the system-wide accessibility team has treated me or other members of the committee, ignoring emails, requests for information for weeks at a time. It's just, that shouldn't be tolerated. You know, I'm an advocate. I'm not going to go away. I'm not going to be ignored. I'm going to keep fighting for things that make the system work for everyone. That's why I'm here. That's why I chaired the committee for 4 years. So I'm asking the board to professionalize this committee. I think RTAG with MBTA is a really good example of transparency, openness to the community, the many hundreds of thousands of people that need accessible transit. You know, we're all volunteers. I think we deserve a little bit of respect and professionalism, and I'm asking for that. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Cassie Refucci, followed by Jack Nierenberg.
Good morning, Chairman Lieber and board members. My name is Cassie Refucci, and I am a member of Passengers United. I would like to address a situation which took place on Sunday, January 26th. My friends were waiting at the 5th Avenue and West 40th Street bus stop, waiting for their Sim 1C bus to go back home to Staten Island. They had to wait an hour and a half due to the fact that the bus, which vehicle number 2557, was supposed to depart at Central Park, South, and 6th Avenue at 3:50 p.m. And then when the bus finally arrived, it said it was in service. Then they put a sign to not in service. Then on top of that, they were New York Ranger fans who were waiting at the 5th Avenue West 32nd Street stop who were also waiting for the same bus. And they went through the same thing as well, as the bus passed in front of them, saying that it was not, saying it was in service, but then it was put to not in service. And to echo back on what my fellow Passenger Members United board member, Passengers United member Michael Howard addressed earlier about the Q22 bus being extended from being extended from Far Rockaway Mott Avenue to the Long Island Railroad Far Rockaway train station. I totally agree 100% with him on that matter, because you also have to consider we are in the process of the Far Rockaway A train project that's taking place in Southeast Queens. So I would really consider into that. So please address the express bus situation matter immediately. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Jack Nierenbaum, followed by Bruce Hain.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jack Nierenberg, and I'm the Vice President of Passengers United, and I'm very, very disappointed with this agency today. The Queens, I need you to understand something very, very clear. This Queens Bus Network redesign plan, which will eliminate nearly 1,800 bus stops, will create barriers to access the transit system for senior citizens, people with disabilities, and other people who can't walk farther to get to their buses. And I'm going to make something very clear. I read the final plan addendum. I read the equity evaluation. I'm very glad that the equity evaluation was put up online, and there is enough to ensure compliance with Title VI. However, it falls short because people with disabilities were never listed, and their needs were never listed in the equity evaluation, nor were they listed in the staff summary. And I did a preliminary study on the effects that bus stop eliminations will have on people with mobility issues, and I found through that study that they are disproportionately affected. This study used a case study from the Bronx Plan and elimination of the bus stops in the South Bronx, and I found that it created disproportionate impacts because the increased travel time, the first and last mile distances, were not equal. In fact, for some people, the increase in the travel times between their first mile and last mile distances were double that of an able-bodied person. So it creates barriers to access, and it's a clear violation of the ADA. We will not accept this plan as it is. The bus stop eliminations need to be reconsidered so that people with disabilities are properly factored in. They should have been properly factored in from the very beginning. So we will continue to fight this plan until these problems are resolved completely. And you all have a responsibility to reject this plan until that is done. So you have a choice. Vote to reject it or accept it, and you'll see what happens next. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bruce Hain, followed by Tommy Loeb.
Morning, Chairman Lieber and ladies and gentlemen. That's what they used to say. My name is Bruce Hain. I have a website, railnycaccess.com. And I consider myself to be the foremost rail transportation planner of my generation by default. And I don't know, it's not saying that much because I become more and more convinced that I am. So I don't know. I mean, you have a couple of good engineers here. You have one very notable engineer. And I can't find fault with what I know of it. So how does this happen like this? Anyway, I forgot to say what I was going to say last time, so that's why I had to come today. So the thing is, I have at my website, I have put up a new thing about the Rockaway Beach branch, because you should try and have passenger draw. And that's the line you're going to get the most passenger draw with. And you got to have the Long Island Railroad, you've got to have another bridge there. You should have 2 fixed span bridges, so you should have been building it now. Because in my lifetime, I want to put both, to get you guys to stop, to get, I want to re-rail it. You've got to reserve the property out there and Far Rockaway to get that line going the right way. It's a mile or more. It's more than a mile longer, I think. To get, well,
Thank you so
it's
much
over,
for your
and now
comment.
I don't know how to explain it, but I think you understand.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Tommy Loeb, followed by Howard Birnbaum. Tommy?
Good morning.
Yes.
Good morning. I'm here as a resident of the Lower East Side, someone who has read the entire environmental assessment report and does not only reference it, but has actually looked at it. As people know, the original EA pointed out certain communities, including the Lower East Side, the South Bronx, and others, that would be negatively impacted by congestion pricing. We are an environmental justice community, populated by a high proportion of elderly. What we have seen anecdotally is the MTA referencing certain data that they've now had regarding the traffic and vehicle entering the congestion pricing zone and those avoiding it. I'm going to implore the media to request that the MTA release the following information. How many cars are entering the CBD? How many trucks entered the CBD? How much revenue has the MTA collected from tolls? How many license plates were unreadable and no toll collected? How much traffic was diverted to environmental justice communities like the Lower East Side and South Bronx? Where are the air monitoring reports we were supposed to get when congestion pricing was implemented? Rather than relying on random reports, we are asking that the media and the MTA immediately release the data that they currently have and not wait or reference it to cherry pick what meets their agenda and not the agenda of those who are negatively impacted. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Howard Birnbaum, followed by Carl Pereira.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Howard Birnbaum. I'm a CW Local 100 member for 17 years. I'm here today to support the Queens Bus resign. I want the full board to accept it. And I agree with my borough president, Queens Borough President. It's time to get this thing done and do not listen to the public. They have nothing to do with anything because they have nothing. They always complains. Also, Trustee Anthony thinks he knows it all. He's a piece of garbage. Thank you for your time.
As a reminder to speakers, we do not disparage other members of the public and folks here in this room. Our next speaker is Carl Pereira, and our last speaker after that will be Andy Pollock.
My name is Carl Pereira, and I'm a member of the Committee for Better Transit. I'm here today to express our opposition to the approval of the Queens Bus Network Redesign Final Plan Addendum because the plan drastically reduces the frequency of Q36 rush bus service along Jamaica Avenue, Jericho Turnpike, and instead provides mostly a revised Q110 local route, which would take riders from Floral Park, Belrose, and parts of Queens Village much longer to make subway connections in downtown Jamaica. A better plan would be for the MTA to just maintain the current Q36 bus service between 168th Street Terminal, Jamaica, and 257th Street, Jericho Turnpike, including having the Q36 route maintain its routing along 212th Street, 212th Place, but to eliminate the Little Neck Parkway branch of the Q36 route and split the Little Neck Parkway corridor into 3 separate route extensions. First, the proposed Q1 route should be extended east from Braddock Avenue, Cross Island Parkway to LIJ Hospital via Jericho Turnpike, Little Neck Parkway, and either via Union Turnpike to Lakeville Road or via 74th Avenue and 74th Avenue Extension located behind the hospital. Secondly, the Q12 route should also be extended south to Little Neck Parkway to 60th Street, with a three-legged transfer being provided between the Q1 route and the Q12 route. Thirdly, the Q30 route should be extended north from Nassau Boulevard, Horizontal Expressway, Little Neck Parkway to the Little Neck Long Island Railroad Station, with another three-legged transfer being provided between the Q30 route and the Q12 route. Regarding the loss of the proposed Q36 along Springfield Boulevard, a three-legged transfer could be provided between the two Springfield Boulevard routes, Q2788, and the Q Hillside Avenue routes, Q143, which would provide a much speedier bus service to the subway, even though an additional bus will be required. As part of this plan, the Q110 route will remain as is, serving Hempstead Avenue and Belmont Park, until the transit needs of Belrose, Floral Park, Queens Village, and Little Neck
Thank you
Parkway.
for your comment. Thank you.
Thank
Our last speaker is Andy Pollock.
Thank you, Lucille. Good morning, members of the MTA Board. This is Andy Pollock from Passengers United. So a couple of things we're going to discuss today. Number one, on behalf of all my members of Passengers United, we are in complete agreement that the Q110 should remain on Hempstead Avenue. Under no circumstances should it be going to the Nassau-Queens line along Jamaica Avenue. So please reconsider that. One of the things I want to bring up, number one, last Wednesday on the 310 train from Jamaica to Petrog, it was a disaster. There was no communication when the train clunked out in Iola. That passenger had to go to the westbound platform back to Jamaica just to get back east. And I want to mention there are passengers at Jamaica that day who were waiting 20 minutes just to get back east to Babylon so they could get back east to Petrog that day. So there should have been better organization is my point. And lastly, subway safety. We are off to a bad start this year. We've had 2 subway surfing incidents. A woman was found dead on the F train a couple of weeks ago. And there were teens that attacked the subway on the R line. So, again, the MTA is lying when they say to us, your safety is the utmost priority. Again, it's status quo. It's still unsafe to be riding the subway. The extra cops are not helping overnight. So I'm going to conclude my remarks. Thank you for letting me speak.
Chair, that concludes our public comment.
Okay. Thank you, Lucille, and thank you to members of the public. Before we begin today's presentations, we're going to do an executive session to discuss labor matters. Can I have a motion to convene executive session?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Mahaltzis, second. Ms. Soren, we're all in favor. We're in executive session. Let's resume the board meeting, the public session. So first off, Paige, do we have a quorum of board members for this meeting?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And I note that while in executive session, the board discussed and voted affirmatively on a labor agreement. So that business has been taken care of. I'm going to do my remarks and then throw it to Jay Patel, our co-CFO, to give the board an update on the impact or the situation vis-a-vis the federal freeze or the ongoing discussion of a federal freeze that is taking place. So here goes. Are we up? Okay. All right. So thank you to everybody for joining this month's meeting of the MTA Board. I always thank our public speakers, pro and con. This has become an institution I think that we all get a lot out of, so thank you for making the time. This is the first gathering of the new year, and there is a heck of a lot going on. So let me start by acknowledging what the commuter railroads accomplished in 2024. You all heard about it at the committee meetings on Monday. Both Long Island Railroad and Metro North had their best years ever in terms of performance. And that's always, we always discount the year or so of COVID when there was literally nobody on the train, so none of those complexities. But this is the best year of commuter railroad service. Long Island Railroad OTP pushing 96%, just a hair under, despite running more service than ever, 13,000 more trains. Isn't that the number, Rob? 13,000 more trains, Rob. And customer satisfaction, and the Long Island Railroad customers rewarded the railroad with a surge in customer satisfaction. I think it was up 6 or 7%. So amazing, amazing. And not to be outdone, there's Kathy Rinaldi, Metro North OTP, 98%. 98%, ladies and gentlemen. Ridership grew 12% compared to the year before. And the thumbs up from the riders, amazing, 85% customer satisfaction. That is, that's what we want our workforce to be. Paratransit, I'm never going to stop, tip of the hat to the paratransit team, has also achieved historic customer satisfaction rates in the high 70s, I think. So we're talking about, there are many complicated issues. You hear about them from the podium as we should, but we are making headway with our customers, especially on the railroad. So tip of the hat to all of you. Also, something that we are wanting to celebrate, and that's not the, all right, is the ADA, the progress on ADA. 2 new accessible stations so far this year, many more to come. Westchester Square in the Bronx, Woodhaven Boulevard in Queens. Think of where we were in 2019 when I was downstairs during COVID at MTA Construction and Development. We had 115 fully accessible stations, just 23% of the system. We looked at that map and we said we need to have a map for accessibility for our customers with disabilities and our seniors that is more like the map for rest of us. And during COVID, we were able to dramatically accelerate the work on ADA projects, bundling them together, not doing a ton more work, getting more outages during that period of low ridership, and as a result, being able to spend less. And look at where we are today, 150 accessible stations, plus 8 that are on the way to being fully accessible, 8 more, and 36 more stations in construction right now would bring us to 186, plus 23 that are going to be funded by the congestion relief revenues. We don't, we're going to be, just to be perfectly clear about it, we're going to put out everything we have on open data. Assembling the revenue story is fairly complicated because it takes a while to find out the taxi and FHV numbers in particular. That literally takes weeks and weeks to settle up. So we'll be putting it out soon. But 23 more stations to be funded by congestion pricing. And then there's the plan that we've put on the table with Albany. The 25 to 29 capital plan would give us 60 more stations. That's 30 of them to be made accessible that we've already identified, and 30 more that we're going to identify in tandem with the disability community and other stakeholders and the elected officials over the next few months. That'll take us at the end of this next capital plan cycle to over the 50% hum system-wide. Then you're starting to create a system which is truly reliably useful, we hope, to almost, to not to everybody, but getting pretty close. And that is more than doubling the number of ADA stations we had right before COVID. That's where we want to be. It's not 100%, that's our goal, but it's a different place from where we were a couple of years ago. And assuming that Albany does fund the proposed $68 billion capital program, and we're all counting on the leadership that Governor Hochul has shown, and the words of the Assembly and the Senate when they vetoed the plan, saying, we don't have a problem with the substance, we just want to talk about how it's funded. We're counting on all of that, that it will mean a fully funded program. And we're seeing also big gains, and I want to emphasize this, in one of our most controversial areas, which is the fight against fare evasion. I am delighted, thrilled to report. It sometimes gets forgotten in the tabloid media, but we were the ones who started shining a light on fare evasions. We were the ones who said it's many hundreds of millions of dollars. We haven't stuck our heads in the sand as we led on this issue. And the news is that in the last 6 months, subway fare evasion is down 25% from 14 to 10% roughly. And it's down also, we have turned the corner on bus fare evasion, which has soared, and we have reduced bus fare evasion by 12%, down from roughly 50%, yikes, to 44%. But it's the first time we have turned around the trajectory of those stats, and I am thrilled, and I want everybody to recognize the MTA is fighting this fight all out. The point is that our strategy, our collective strategy, has been publicity, rider education about the issue, making sure people don't think this is optional. This is not the Metropolitan Museum where you walk in and say, I think I'd like to pay 22 cents. That we have been educating people about the importance and what it buys you. Stronger physical barriers. We don't pretend that we don't have a problem with the barriers that are there. They're out of date, and we've been investing in them. And plenty of enforcement. We welcome the support we're getting from the NYPD and the work that the MTA PD is doing on the railroads, and it's all starting to pay off. Everybody's seen the gate guards. The ROI on gate guards is positive. We know that where we put gate guards in, fare evasion goes down because they're shutting down the gate, which is, I know I made it a cliche, so the superhighway of fare evasion. And we've increased police presence system-wide, including Eagle teams on buses who are now working in tandem with NYPD, who are taking everybody off a bus who fare evaded and giving them summonses and checking warrants. And you know where that heads. This is the E for enforcement that was part of the 4 E's that our Blue Ribbon Panel on Fare Evasion recommended in their report a couple of years ago. We are proposing as part of the capital program to fully replace the turnstiles. We want those modern, full-height barriers, turnstile-type barriers that you see in many other great world cities. The turnstiles we have, let's not pretend, they ain't cutting it anymore. But until then, I make no apologies for doing everything possible to shore up the physical barriers that we have. And that includes reconfiguring the emergency gates so they have a delay on them. I mean, the New Yorkers who, not out of any malice, are using the exit gate to get in and out of the system. When they open that door and 10 people come in, we understand that is a huge problem. So we're putting delays on the exit gates, which will then be able to be opened in emergencies automatically. But we are putting delays on it with the support of the governor and the Department of State, so they open less frequently. And we're making it harder to backcock. Transit has reconfigured the turnstiles. So backcocking, which was an old-fashioned way of fare evading, a little harder to do. And I make no apologies for the fact that we're installing some of these other gizmos that make it harder to vault over. You've seen the reports about the serrated edges or fins that we put on it. We're doing everything possible to make it harder to fare evade. And every incremental improvement is of real value, and we're going to keep pushing on that front. But we're also doing the education, another E, working with our schools to teach young New Yorkers good habits about paying the fare. We want them not to be casually fare evading when they're kids or high school students and getting into bad habits. So the OmniCard has been a game changer on that front. Student usage, student compliance is way up since we distributed the OmniCards just this fall. I'm never going to stop talking about it. High fare evasion contributes to a sense of lawlessness in our system. It sends a message that this is not a lawful, compliant, orderly place right at the entrance. It's the wrong message when we want the system to feel welcoming and safe at every stage of somebody's trip. And I want to thank Governor Hochul for her plan to expand police deployments overnight on the trains, and also thanking Police Commissioner Tisch, who's implemented it very, very quickly. Tip of the hat to the team at City Hall, who has been a great partner in this effort. Customers tell us again and again, every neighborhood, every demographic, every income level, every ethnicity, that the one thing they want most is to see cops. That is what makes them feel, and I'm not second guessing my customers when they're all in agreement. And so we're going to keep, pushing for the continued presence. It's no secret that there have been surges in the past, but that as the year goes on, for budget reasons and other missions, some of the police police presence in the subway starts to diminish, and our work and our advocacy will always be let that feeling that we have now in the system be year-long. Now, we're also candid about the fact that high-profile incidents have New Yorkers on edge right now. The pushings, the assaults on employees and cops. We're going to keep pushing the criminal justice system to come down hard, much harder, on subway criminals. If you commit a crime or harm one of our riders, and especially our employees, you're going to be caught, because we got cameras everywhere. Everybody's getting caught. And we are going to seek the maximum penalty. So let me just give you an example. There was a fare evasion stop on the 25th of January, and the guy, instead of providing an ID or at least taking a summons, the guy hauled off and hit the cop, and then he got into a fight with the cop, and he bit him. And when you assault on a cop is supposed to be a felony. It frequently gets knocked down, and we're not good with that. So we have a team led by Katie Falaska, who's our criminal justice advocate, comes from the DA world, works at the police department, that goes and advocates to make sure that maximum charges are filed. And in that case, we got it charged as a felony. Where's Katie? We got it charged as a felony. We've got them to set bail. This is, I think it was in the Bronx. Bronx DA, Katie's old employer, work with them, and we're going to be there in court when the case comes to for another stage this week. That's what we're doing. We're showing up, especially in cases where our employees are assaulted, got to be a felony. Police officers assaulted, got to be a felony. Where there are attacks, we push for it to be made a felony and for the charges to stick. So that you're going to keep hearing from us on that. Listen, switching gears, I know it's not lost on anybody that this is our first board meeting since the start of congestion relief. We heard, I don't want to start that just yet. No, I don't want to start that one. Don't want to start that one. But listen, congestion relief, you just heard today from Patrick Condren, who's been haunting this room every board meeting for about 2 years, advocating for the buses, the commuter buses in New Jersey and Long Island and even in Pennsylvania. And the bus system is, the bus operators are telling us, we are sailing through the tunnels. We are having so much faster travel that we may even have to adjust our schedules. The message is clear. This has altered the equation for many, many people, at least so far. So Juliet Michelson, who has been such an amazing leader, along with Allison DeSereno and Kathy Sheridan's team at TBTA, is going to give us an update today. The preliminary data is really promising. It's not theoretical, and folks are, as I say, seeing it every day. And now I'll show you the video, which just shows the difference between traveling pre-tolling and afterwards. Here we go. No. How can you do this? Can you do this for me? You'll do it. All right, here we go. That's pre-tolling, right? There's no sound? No. All right. Okay. All right. There's the. Okay, I'll speak over it. They're the headlines. Congestion pricing is working. This is what we're seeing, folks, on bridges. This is social media. People are putting up their dashboard cameras, drivers, and announcing, I guess I'm for congestion pricing, as they see how quickly they're getting through tunnels and over bridges. All right, Juliet will give a more coherent report than I just did. But I think that the board is experiencing this too. Is like people are coming up to me at public events, drivers, people who work with elected officials, some elected officials who even publicly oppose and whispering, I can't say it publicly, but boy, am I saving a lot of time. People who ride on buses through the Lincoln Tunnel. And the Lincoln Tunnel is, to a great extent, a mass transit facility because there's so many buses who go through it. So a lot of people are reporting they're saving half an hour. It is huge. So we got to respect what we're hearing from the public and from so many different folks. But of course, the governor of New Jersey now is complaining there's not enough traffic. They love their tolls over in the Garden State, and just to prove how much they love them, they just upped the tolls on the Turnpike and the Garden State and the Port Authority tolls, and then they added the gas tax. All of those will affect more people by factors of hundreds than the 30,000 New Jerseyites who drive into the congestion zone. So, you know, I understand that the reasoning that they need money and all that, but, you know, raising the tolls, raising the gas tax, some might call it, I don't know, a cash grab. I don't know, I just heard that phrase around. But before we get to Juliet, you're going to hear from something that I think all of the folks on this board have been passionately advocating for, which is a consistent approach to how do we become more efficient? How do we deliver better service and more service with the same amount of money or even less money? John Kaufman, who leads our in-house consulting group, which we call Strategic Initiatives, is going to talk about what is being done to find new efficiencies and new cost savings at the MTA. You've heard me talk again and again about how our budget is actually, in real terms, 3% below where it was pre-COVID, even though we're operating that huge Grand Central Madison facility, we're running increased subway service on 14 lines, and we're running so much more Long Island Railroad service that, Rob can't keep his head straight, right? But this is the reason why we got to be able to do that and still become more efficient. And we're putting the money to good use. Today, we're talking about the Queens Bus Network redesign, which reflects a ton of policy work. But it costs $35 million a year more to provide all that extra service for people in Queens, the most bus-dependent borough, the most bus-dependent county. and it's being funded by the savings that we are identifying through this effort. We stepped up to the plate when the fiscal cliff was looming a couple of years ago and said to the legislature, we need a solution, but as a down payment, we will find $400 million of savings, and we're continuing to grow that number. So I'm proud of what we're doing on the efficiency front. You're going to hear much about it from John, but first, let's hear from Jay about the confusing situation on grant freezes.
Thank you, Chairman. We are reviewing the administration's memo and potential impact of the financial freeze to the MTA. As you heard, there's been some conflicting messages of what's included and what's not included in this freeze. So we're seeking guidance and reviewing things that are presented to us. As you know, federal funding is incredibly important to the MTA and to the state of New York. We rely on federal funding for our subway cars, rail cars, ADA station work, Second Avenue subway, facility maintenance, and other projects. This funding allows us to move 43% of Americans who use mass transit. On an annual basis, we rely on $2 to $2.5 billion of federal funds in this organization. We'll continue to pay close attention to the news out of Washington and continue to work with the new administration as things evolve. Also, I'll include, we at the MTA are up to date on drawdowns. So for all the expenses that are eligible for federal funds, we have drawn down all that funding. Including this week, we drew down another $14 million. So we are continuing to monitor, and as eligible costs come in, continue to draw down what is eligible.
Okay. So I just wanted to be clear on that. Any questions or comments from the board on that issue before we throw it to John for the efficiency presentation? Okay. John.
Good morning. For some of the newer board members, my name is John Coughlin, as the chair said. A little bit about my background as the chief of strategic initiatives overall. I spent 20 plus years in the private sector before getting the public sector. 17 years were at Bain & Company as a management consulting firm, where our primary customers were groups like the MTA, very large, complex, possibly opportunities to be more efficient. And these companies wanted outside experts to come help fix them and become more profitable. After getting some exposure to public sector, I was at New York City planning for some years, working for some of Dan Garodnick's predecessors. I came to the MTA 3 years ago to work under the chair to make the MTA more efficient and more effective. Within headquarters, I created a strategic initiatives team, and you can see the structure here. This team has been built out of ex-consultants, data scientists, customer researchers, and generally speaking, smart, passionate people who want to have an impact supporting the MTA mission. The three groups outlined in orange here have been helping all parts of the MTA be more efficient over the last few years, taking on the type of work that in the past we might have outsourced to a management consulting firm here at the MTA. With this team in place, we now have set aside resources to drive these change projects from within the organization. I've spent the last few years heavily collaborating with the business, with active sponsorship from the agency presidents, Rob, Kathy, Demetrius, Jay, Kevin, Lizette, most closely recently. And we asked ourselves a question: how do you become more efficient? And I want to take you through that today. Any consultant's first question is, what can you tell me about the cost structure? And this slide gives a very high-level view of that. This is how the MTA spends its money. On the left-hand side, you can see this broken down by category. About 70% of our spend is in labor, and a healthy 25% in non-labor. On the right-hand side, you can see how it breaks out by agency, transit being the largest part. That's 3 different operating modes, however, 3 different businesses in many ways, and a very sizable Long Island Railroad and Metro North that on their own would have a lot of opportunities. You'll also note that headquarters is bigger than before, and we got to be managing those costs as well. Each of these slices needs attention. To make good decisions, you have to get into the details. I'll get into this later in the presentation, but I'll say the general, the mantra of cutting everything by 10% is not a smart way to manage costs, and something we've desperately tried to avoid here. Another thing consultants typically do is look how our costs are growing. The reality is right now, on a real dollar basis, MTA costs are not growing. This is, again, something that may be misinterpreted by the public often. This slide shows you from 2019 to 2024, MTA's total expenses have reduced in real dollars by 3%. This was done while adding service. The chair just mentioned Grand Central Madison, adding frequency across 14 different subway lines, and enhancing bus capacity with their redesigns. I'm going to show a lot more detail into how we're doing this, but a crucial point the public should realize is the MTA is running a tighter ship than it did 5 years ago. Benchmarking is also something consultants regularly do to understand where to look for efficiencies. Let me show you what we found for subways, the largest single MTA operating unit. This is benchmarking drawn from the National Transit Database. This is the most robust source run by the FTA that shows our subway system is the most efficient in the country. This shows operating costs per passenger trip, $3. This means we require the least subsidy per passenger of any transit agency in the US by a long shot. We've held this position even while adding service because we've been controlling our costs better. Let me tell you about how we did it. When I got here in late 2021 and familiarized myself with the MTA, 3 problems presented themselves. One, we had duplication of functions even after consolidation. Secondly, there wasn't enough data available to senior leaders to inform smarter decisions about productivity or costs. Some examples on this is we couldn't tell you about time to hire, we didn't have regular customer research, we couldn't tell you how much mobile phones were being used or who had them, and we didn't understand things like how workers' comp is affecting our ability to provide service. Lastly, the problem of a financial crisis was urgently in front of us due to the impact of revenue loss post-COVID. At the time, MTA leadership stepped up and said we'd find $400 million in recurring cost efficiencies to help close this massive gap. And here you can see the actions that we followed to do that. We benchmarked our costs to set agency by agency targets, undertook a cost diagnostic, generated dozens of cost efficiency initiatives, established a program office to aggressively monitor those initiatives and help clear the obstacles, and introduce cost consciousness as a core MTA value with all the other things that we do as a transit agency. Let me share with you the substance that came out of this approach over the last few years. Longtime MTA followers will remember actually 2019 is when the MTA created C&D and totally remade how the MTA does construction projects. The Crow forensic audit coming out right about then had some really good recommendations to inform how to do this. It's hard to do justice on a single slide, and this slide is not about reinventing C&D. This presentation is not about reinventing C&D, but here's a summary of some of the things that happened. The left-hand side has the Crow recommendations, and the middle column highlights some of the big changes since there. These changes hit OpEx as well as CapEx. Some of the things you see in there about the embracing of design build, getting early agency buy-in. This means not overspecifying how we do the project and letting the contractor find the more cost-effective ways to do these things. It also means ensuring operating agencies are keenly aware of what is being replaced and when, so you don't do excessive maintenance work on things that will be replaced the following month. The notion of program CEOs, putting a single senior leader in charge of getting the project done on budget streamlines a lot of things. Faster projects have resulted. Those faster projects come from fewer outages. Fewer outages means fewer flagging, and more importantly, fewer service changes impacting customers. Another key thing that C&D reinvented was going much more aggressively with bundling contracts. This also makes it easier for transit to manage the integration with them running service and fewer contractors to be interacting with. You're going to hear a lot more about these recommendations and the exhaustive set of positive outcomes that Jamie and his team has managed in C&D next month. Let me turn to duplication. The MTA had a mandate to consolidate shared services at headquarters, again, right around 2019. When the chair took the reins in 2022, we set a path to make the most out of those functions being consolidated in a more dynamic, resourced headquarters. While we found that MTA had indeed consolidated, duplication and variation in processes still existed. Here are 4 largest areas we've been looking at, again, closely with Lizette and Kevin's teams, to make sure we get the benefits of consolidation that we should have been expecting. We've made real progress, but I have plenty more to pursue, but I'll call it a few highlights here. In HR, I mentioned time to hire wasn't measured before, so it was hard to improve it. We now measure it and have been consistently improving it across the board. Again, still more work to do to compress the length it takes from when we post a job to when someone gets in the door, but we've seen over 30 days improvement on headquarters hires and improvement in the operating agencies as well. In IT, a ton of opportunities there, which is a big part of the headquarters costs. Some of the basic things, it may seem basic, but if someone doesn't use a certain piece of software or isn't using their mobile phone, we should take it away or turn it off. If someone doesn't need a phone, they shouldn't get one in the first place. We are now tracking utilization of these utilization of these devices centrally to make it smarter, proactive decisions about who gets a phone or software in the first place and how we take those off if they're not using them. Another thing I allude to there is the renegotiation of large vendor contracts. The Verizons, the Dells. What are we doing to make sure we're getting full economies of scale from all the things MTA bought and historically maybe bought in separate places? Let's buy them all in one place for the best available rate. In the third column, revitalize rolling stock strategy. This is a huge deal. Last year we undertook a full cross MTA diagnostic to help us align on how to take advantages of our scale. We are the biggest company buying rolling stock in the country. We should be getting the best prices by taking advantage of all that scale of purchases. Well, we had a single procurement agency before. Each operating agency had been leading its own specification process and often steering the negotiations. The variance in specifications means we never get those full economies of scale in the pricing. 3 other things came up in the diagnostic. One, we have to make it easier to do business with the MTA. A lot of companies would give us a premium right away because it was so hard to do the forms and to qualify for in the different ways we make them bid. Secondly, we need to use more performance-based specs. We can't specify every single variation or width of every single bolt. We need to say this is what we need out of the performance and let the contractors bring us what's the best way to get there. And then lastly, we need to think about the total cost of ownership when we buy these cars, not just the upfront sticker price. We have to think about what maintenance is obligated, what's the parts contract to buy it afterwards, and how often do we need to do that with different pieces of equipment. Total cost of ownership is a basic concept in commercial practices. Privately, we have to make sure that's in every decision making here. Importantly, you've seen the chair appoint Tim Mulligan as the new chief of rolling stock procurement to drive these themes into action, working in collaboration with the operating agencies. The other thing within procurement is more common supply chain practices. We're deep into this now. It's simple to describe where we need to get to. We need to make sure the warehouses and the yards have the materials they need to replace things when they need it. This means we need to be more consistent across how we forecast materials and how we set minimum stock levels. Getting this right will help us with reliability as we reduce the out of stocks for key parts, but also helps us reduce the inventory purchase up front that in the end may end up being obsolete. Finance has some opportunities, things like accounts payable practices, paying our vendors on time so they don't build in a premium because the MTA always pays late. Again, these are sort of simpler things that are hard to execute because there were so many different ways of doing it before, but we're committed to getting the benefits from this consolidation. As we showed previously, the largest dollar spend is on operating agencies, so let me jump into that. We committed to $400 million in recurring annual savings in 2024, and the MTA delivered that savings. This chart summarizes who contributed what. You've heard about some of these major initiatives that we've listed on the right-hand side. We've been talking about it for the last year as we tracked our progress and made sure we're delivering these overall. But let me call it a couple that maybe need a little more attention. Let's just go to the railroad section. Establishing standard procedures and hours for recurring inspections. At the Metro North's Harmon shop, under Justin's guidance, they've done the hard work to establish how long an M7 car inspection should take, step by step. By establishing their own best practice for each step, they can train their staff more effectively, they can complete the tasks more predictably, and they can get the cars returned to service more reliably, with less need for overtime. Separately, as part of the efficiency push, both railroads and transit had a data-driven look at what are the right intervals to inspect or overhaul their fleets, and made changes that typically lengthen those intervals safely, reliably, and accordingly reduce their labor and parts budgets for not having to do those as frequently. I'll note that these $400 million savings that we delivered this year is not in the benchmarks I spoke about before. We're going to look even better on those benchmarks next year as we keep driving these costs down. But we know there's more out there. Before I showed you a simplistic view of our costs at the MTA level. This slide's a little complicated, but I want to show you the detail that MTA leadership is getting into to drive these costs down further. This slide shows you all the costs at subways on the left and buses on the right. Think of these as square pie charts. The relative width of the column shows the relative size of the function, and within each column is what type of spend it is. You can see on the left-hand side for subways, it's a pretty complex chart. There's different widths and different colors throughout. Each of these columns have their own cost drivers and their own needs for specific data to manage productivity. A few things you can see right away. The costs aren't all in the front line conductors and engineers. MOW is actually the largest single area of spend. We need infrastructure, we need track, we need car maintainers, we need service delivery. And a lot of those costs in MOW actually isn't labor. That large 429 million, in, anyone want to guess what that is? 429 million, most of that is power. So how we think about energy efficiency up and down the line makes a big difference to how much we're spending in MOW. So what are we working on today? Demetrius and his subway team are looking at many areas for productivity always, but we've numbered 4 right here to call out for you as worthy. Getting at the root causes of driving productivity and efficiencies. On the left-hand side, again, you can see we've shaded the parts that of the costs that we're trying to tackle. On the right-hand side, we've listed these 4 different areas for each large component. What are we actually focused on right now? And again, this is done in close collaboration with Demetrius and his team. Let me, keeping an eye on time, let me hit on just 2 here. On number 2, for MOW, which I just referred to, expanding and improving coordination of GOs. Mandeep and the MOW team have been thinking a lot about how to make more out of planned outages. By utilizing data we now capture in EAM, which we didn't do 5 years ago, we aim to more systematically load work for more functions into a single outage. Essentially figuring out how to get more work done while we're stopping the trains, so we don't need as many outages and we don't have to have as many service changes. There will be cost savings from this and also reduced overtime as a result of that and fewer flagging resources because we're getting more done with a single outage. Excuse me. Number 4 is also an interesting one to call out. Our electronics maintenance division right now is having to maintain 2 sets of vending machines. Our beloved MetroCard machines and our shiny new Omni machines. This is another instance of how duplication can creep in and go on for some time if you don't manage it closely. We all know Omni is the future, and so we're pushing hard to get down to 1 set of machines and be able to reduce the demands on our EMD and revenue collection teams, and again, the costs within where that number 4 is labeled on the slide. There are many more examples, but let me try to recap the main messages I wanted to get to today. In sum, we've looked hard, we've done a lot, and we've made a lot of progress in just a few years. And the leaders and I will hit another savings target in 2025. But there's more to go beyond that. We'll continue to take a structured, sustainable approach to delivering savings and eliminate duplication, taking advantage of our scale. And more importantly, we want to foster a culture of cost consciousness here and fiscal responsibility. It's one of the 4 values we put on our MTA strategic priorities page. Ultimately, being more efficient is critical to being able to add more service, as Jenna alluded to before, including the Queens bus redesign. It allows us to better handle unfunded liabilities. We know recently we've had added pension costs. We've had costly changes to workers' comp rules that, again, being efficient will allow us to handle. And it also allows us to reduce our debt obligations. I hope from this short, somewhat detailed presentation you have a deeper appreciation for how aggressively we've been looking to contain costs and have additional faith around the executive's concern and commitment to keeping the MTA as affordable as possible. Thank you, and Jano, I can take questions.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot here. This is central to the mission and also hugely important to gaining and hopefully maintaining public confidence in what the MTA is doing and how we're running this business with public money. So I thank John and all of the refugees from the consulting world who work for him. These are people who've chosen many of them have chosen after a couple of years at McKinsey or one of the other big consulting outfits that they want to work in a public sector environment, and they're bringing real skills to bear on this agenda of cost savings. So really thank you, John, and at this point, any comments or questions from the board? Anybody want to add anything? Okay. All right. Good stuff. I would say Neil. Neil is on video from Neil. Neil is a consultant. Maybe he has some insights here. Neil.
Yeah. Well, apologies I can't be there today. It's actually quite rare to have someone compliment consultants. I get pretty exhausted from consultant jokes, which are up there, as you probably deserve, Jano, with lawyer jokes. So it's nice once in a while to have a compliment about our profession. John, thank you for what you did. And I think my comments are really for my colleagues on the board to reinforce a few things. Five quick points. One, it's very powerful to have the right background and team in-house to do this kind of work. You can spend a lot of money and teach a lot of external consultants about your business, but they'll never know the way you guys know the business and the way it's easy for you to work with the management teams. So we have the right background and the right team. And I'm a big fan of Bain, even though that's not my firm. This is the right analysis, despite the impenetrability of some of the slides. We are doing the right things. Costs come out in two very simple ways. One is you do existing efficiency work, and the other is, and I'll get to it in a minute, zero-based budgeting. We're mostly a fixed cost operator. We have a requirement to deliver service without that much flexibility. And so what these guys are doing, tackling the staffing numbers, the salaries, the existing packages the right way. Third point, they have the right levers, things like procurement efficiency, consolidation, standardization, process efficiency. They're buzz phrases, but they yield real moves. And I think the way they're going about it is exactly right. And then to get about 2% a year, we got a $20 billion budget, roughly, operating budget. So to get $400 million a year, 2% is pretty great, especially when our wages are going up 2 to 3% simultaneously. The last thing I'd say is, and this is in the future, especially when we hear phrases like, oh, the MTA is inefficient, oh, the MTA is doing a land grab. The reality is the only way for us to fundamentally change our cost structure beyond what John and Jano are doing, which is really hard work for our operating leaders, is to really rebase the cost. And that would require a level of enthusiasm from elected officials, from labor, from advocates, from the public to fundamentally reshape what we do. I don't think we're going to do that. We're not going to remove bus routes that no one's riding because maybe occasionally someone will ride them. We're not going to reduce from 24/7 because that's what New York is. We're a pro-labor state, and we're not going to fundamentally change the way a for-profit company would tackle the cost structure. So this is the way we have to go at it, and it's exhausting work. It is a war of attrition, and I'm thrilled that we have John on staff to do it. So thank you.
Thank you, Neil. I appreciate it. And just for the record, Neil's been, advising us because he is an expert as we hack away at this stuff. And it is a great benefit to have somebody with your expertise on the board. So big thanks. All right. On to congestion pricing, frequently overlooked issue. Juliette Michelson.
Good morning, everybody. Okay, so we just recently closed out week 3 of the congestion relief program, and I am very happy to say that when it comes to traffic in the zone and when it comes to transit ridership and the impact that the program has had on public transportation, what we studied, what we expected, what we planned for is what seems to be happening. That is great news for people who live here, people who work here, and people who even just visit occasionally. Can I have the remote? Okay. So the rollout of the program has been very smooth, thanks to Allison's team, and the impacts have been so positive that we have attracted the attention of cities around the country and the world. Why? Because every city struggles with traffic. Every city struggles with air pollution, with the noise, and with the time that people and businesses waste sitting in gridlock. Atlanta, Boston, Chicago, San Francisco, Los Angeles are just some of the cities that are now in various stages of studying what a similar program could be in their city. And of course, we know that states like Florida, Texas, Virginia already use variable tolls on highways. That's because charging a toll to manage traffic is a time-tested strategy. It's just that New York is the first to institute congestion pricing at an urban scale, a very large urban scale. And that's just a huge step forward for this region. Okay, so let's look at some data. We'll start with trip times. 2 weeks ago, we introduced Transcom as a great source of information about traffic speed. I'll spare you the details, but the source is essentially 16 public agencies around the region that collect and share real-time traffic data. And as we go through the next few slides, I will preface it by saying that we will, for the most part, be looking at PM peak travel times, because that is the busiest travel time, the most congested period of the day. But for the bridges and tunnels leading into the CBD, we're going to look at the inbound morning rush for obvious reasons. Okay, so let's start with those river crossings inbound in the morning. There are a lot of numbers on this slide. You can't read all of them, and you don't have to. What this slide is showing is how travel times on each of the 8 bridges and tunnels into the CBD these last 21 mornings compared to the equivalent period in January of 2024. It's too much data, so just focus on that left column where we have posted average weekday reductions over the 3 weeks since January 5th. Okay, so trip times have fallen by 10% to 30% on average, meaning that those numbers include days with unusual disruptions, like you can see those 2 red days on the Brooklyn Bridge. One day a disabled vehicle closed a lane, one day there was construction going on. Those averages include those days. These are just transformative improvements. And why is traffic moving faster? Well, in part, it's because fewer vehicles are entering. Many people seem to be switching to transit. And in part, it's because some drivers seem to be shifting the time they come into the city. I'll get back to that point with some more data in a few minutes. By the way, in many cases, the travel time reductions that we just discussed over the bridges and tunnels themselves actually begin a mile or 2 upstream from those crossings. So for example, you'll see on the top left, drivers over the QMT saved 2 minutes just crossing that tunnel, but they saved a total of 7.5 minutes traveling from the LIE and then over the tunnel. In other words, the traffic that used to back up all the way from Manhattan, all the way up the LIE, is just no longer there. Same story for vehicles traveling up Flatbush to the Manhattan Bridge. And on the New Jersey side, 2.5 minutes crossing the Lincoln Tunnel. You can add 4 more minutes to that for a total of 6.5 minutes, leading all the way through into Manhattan. That is great news for drivers. It's also great news for bus riders. I gather from what you showed, Governor Murphy seems to be very concerned about keeping traffic up, but I do encourage him to remember that every bus carries 50 times the number of people in a personal auto, and that for those bus customers, of which there are 150,000 a day coming in from New Jersey over the Lincoln Tunnel and the Holland Tunnel, many, many more than there are drivers, congestion relief has saved them 20, 30, 45 minutes a day. This is huge. Let's go quickly over this. Traffic continues to move faster on east-west streets. Yes, there are a couple of exceptions, 23rd westbound, 42nd westbound, but for the most part, overall, just a lot of green in this chart. 25% to 30% faster to drive across Canal Street. Again, this is an average over 3 weeks worth of weekdays. 15% to 25% to cross 57th Street. These are big numbers. Story is a little bit more mixed for north-south travel, but still quite a bit of green. And even on the so-called excluded highways, where the toll does not apply if the vehicles never enter the grid, trip towns are largely down. Smoother traffic flow isn't just good for the benefit of the drivers, it's also good for pedestrians, for cyclists, ambulances, school buses, police cars, all those emergency vehicles. And of course, it's good for buses, local and express buses, and Here to talk about what we're seeing on the transit side is Chris Pangilinan.
Thank you, Juliet. Okay, it's not just cars that have all the fun, it's also transit, especially the buses going through the tunnels. So let's walk through some of the benefits that we're seeing on travel time. So bus speeds across the Hudson and East River crossings are seeing significant savings in travel time as they get to and from Manhattan. What I'm showing you here is a chart, as a table showing the crossings into Manhattan, certain bus routes that are taking those crossings, as well as the median time saved, and what we call also the P90 or 90th percentile travel time savings. More commonly, as commuters, we know that as the trip that we remember and don't like. That's the one trip every 2 weeks that happens due to a delay or some other thing happening in the tunnels or bridges. So for example, on the Lincoln Tunnel heading west in the afternoons, we're seeing nearly a 20-minute 90th percentile drop on that for the routes in that crossing for the Sim 8X here. That's huge. That's 20 minutes that people have now that they can spend with their families. That's 20 minutes that they don't have to mentally prepare for, and that they have to mentally prepare for to reserve and leave early to get to where they need to go. So not just the median time that's being reduced in these crossings, but really that big event is becoming not a big event anymore. So huge savings for folks that are crossing the Lincoln Tunnel, as well as the East River crossings as well, as you can see here. Not only are we seeing travel time benefits for the buses, we're also seeing some ridership impacts. Now, of course, given the ridership volume that we have on the bus and the subway, on the bus close to 1.3 million a day, the tens of thousands of cars that are potentially being diverted off of the congestion pricing zone aren't going to have a huge impact necessarily on the bus ridership. But we are seeing some movement, especially on the weekends and especially on the express buses. On the bottom there, you'll see 4 of our routes that I picked here, representing 4 different boroughs coming into Manhattan. And during the weekdays, we're seeing double-digit percentage growth on a number of these routes, indicating that people are voting with their feet and taking the bus into Manhattan and trusting us with their commute. On the weekends also, although the number, the denominator is lower, we're still seeing an enormous increase in ridership on the weekends as people are choosing to come into the city to shop or do whatever they like to do in Manhattan via express buses. And subway ridership, which of course is even bigger, closer to 4 million rides per weekday, the impact of congestion pricing will again be a little bit more muddled and difficult to spot in such a big pool of riders. We are seeing, though, that the trend of growth is continuing that we saw in the fall. In the fall of 2024, last year, we saw about a 5% increase in ridership versus the previous fall. We're seeing that same range, in fact, a little bit more in January, up to 7% on the weekdays. And the weekend growth is also continuing to be robust, close to 12%, where we saw about 9 to 14% in the fall. So again, although we can't tease out as easily the congestion pricing impacts here, the fact that the ridership is continuing to go up and to the right is wonderful, and again shows that people are voting with their feet, trusting us with their commutes, recreational or shopping trips, or what have you as they come in and out of the congestion pricing zone via transit. Local buses, not to be forgotten, are also being impacted by the reduced congestion in the zone. And we are working now to study the impacts on travel time throughout the local routes in the zone in Manhattan. And we'll be making adjustments as necessary so that we can fully take advantage of these travel times and serve people who want to be using the bus now instead of driving or taking a TNC or taxi into the zone. So we welcome any new riders, of course, to our local buses, and we'll be working to provide the best service possible for them as they take a bus.
Chris, if I just may, I think a little bluntness is called for here. We're seeing on some of the north-south routes that literally buses are being forced to stop and linger at, for minutes at certain locations just to maintain schedule. So the bottom line is we're re-examining the schedules to see if we can speed those trips up, right, Chris?
Absolutely. Take advantage of the new travel times, exactly.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Chair. And of course, the railroads are part of the party as well, too. And it's great to see that on Long Island Railroad, we're seeing some ridership increases at certain certain stations versus previous year's growth. And on Metro North, we're also seeing the ridership is up system-wide. Again, a little more difficult to tease out the congestion pricing impacts given their breadth of ridership on the railroads. But the fact is that their performance, given how high it is, has been encouraging people to continue to grow ridership on the railroads. Great to see. So that's it for transit. That's it. It's probably an understatement. It is a fantastic impact that we're seeing on the crossings, and we're looking forward to future results and to continuing to take advantage of these travel times. So Juliet, I'll hand it back to you.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, so let's turn our attention now to what we call vehicle entries, which is to say what our cameras, detection systems are finding in terms of which vehicles are entering the zone at what time, from what point, etc. So before we get started, just a little bit of table setting. We've spoken a lot about the Central Business District. That's the area south and including 60th Street. We've also talked about how CBD trips that remain exclusively on these roadways, the FDR, the West Side Highway, and the approaches to the Hugh Carey Tunnel are not charged a toll. Those trips did enter the CBD, but if they did not leave the excluded roadways, they are not subject to the toll. In other words, they did not enter what we are now calling, or technically, the congestion relief zone proper, which is what you see here in what was intended to be brick red, but apparently appears to be a little pink. So that's essentially the grid, not including the FDR or the West Side Highway. So if you want to think about it as a simple math equation, CBD entries equals excluded roadway trips plus CRZ entries. So over the next few slides, I want to focus on the CRZ itself, because after all, that is actually the zone that is being tolled. That's the zone that the toll is having an impact on. So since the program launched, 490,000 vehicles have entered the CRZ on an average weekday. That's the bars shown in the dark blue. And then in the gray, above the dark blue, are the 60+ thousand trips a day that have entered the CBD but have stayed on those excluded roadways that we were just talking about, and so are not subject to the toll. These entries are significantly lower than they have been for the last 3 years. That's the average had been 583,000 entries in the CBD. That means that in the last 3 years, some days were higher than 583, others were lower than 583, but now we are consistently lower. By the way, you see on this chart that weekly pattern that we've described before, where traffic is the lowest on a Sunday, it increases over the course of the week, typically tends to peak on Friday, go down a little bit on Saturday, back down on Sunday, and go back up again. That existed before and continues to exist now. If you look carefully, you'll also see that traffic is increasing slowly over the course of January. Again, this was expected since historically February has more traffic than January. In fact, over the last 3 years, the February historical average has been 617,000 cars entering the CBD on a typical weekday. So what else have we learned from our detection systems? We've learned that passenger vehicles, cars, pickup trucks, small vans make up about 57% of all entries to the CRZ. Taxis and FHVs are about 36%. Trucks are disruptive, no question about it. They're big, they park in ways that can disrupt traffic. At the end of the day, though, they are a small share of vehicles entering, just about 4% for small trucks, 0.5% for large trucks. Buses are 2% of entries, and motorcycles, at least in very cold January, are 0.3%. An important caveat here, these numbers include exempted vehicles and exempted trips, and also include repeated entries by passenger vehicle, which, if you'll recall, are only charged for the first time they enter. So important to remember not to use this data for revenue estimating purposes, okay? All right, so interestingly, here you see below on the excluded roadways, the distribution of vehicles is very different. Taxis and FHVs only make up 15% of trips. Probably most taxis and FHVs serve people who are staying on the grid. Also, there are essentially no truck trips on the FDR and the West Side Highway. They're not allowed on the FDR. They're not allowed on the West Side Highway above 57th Street. So the lion's share of entries are passenger vehicles. It's also probably the case that there's some price sensitivity, right? People avoiding to pay $9 by staying on the excluded roadways is more of an incentive than avoiding the $1.50 or the 75 cents from a taxi or FHV trip. All right, speaking of price sensitivity, let's look at what time vehicles have been entering the CRZ. What you see here is the total number of vehicles entering by time of day in 10-minute increments. So first you'll notice at 5 a.m. a rush of traffic entering just before the peak toll kicks in. In other words, the peak toll has convinced some drivers to leave earlier. That has stretched the morning rush period and prevented a large number of vehicles from funneling into, let's say, 2 lanes of a tunnel and causing a massive backup on those roadways. So very positive. That explains, I'm guessing, a very large part of the traffic reductions we're seeing in the morning peaks. Then you'll also notice some vehicles waiting until after 9 o'clock to enter the zone, right, when the toll drops back down. In that case, what those vehicles are doing is they're not coming in the late afternoon when the vehicles have accumulated to their largest number. In the late afternoon, early evenings is typically when there are the most vehicles in the grid. So we've delayed some of those entries. Also very good for traffic in the zone and what the toll system was designed to do, right? We're spreading traffic away from the busiest period. That's what we wanted the toll to do, and that is what it is doing. Okay, now we can nerd out, okay? All right, so here this is the same chart, but we're breaking off the taxis and FHVs in gray from all other vehicles in blue, so that peak is even a little bit more pronounced, all right? Taxis and FHVs pay the same rate 24 hours a day. If you look at that same entry point for the excluded roadways, where there is no incentive for coming in before 5 or coming in after 9. So these are all to demonstrate that the toll really is effective. We've also learned, this is not a huge surprise, but we've also learned that nearly half of all vehicles are coming from points north, a quarter from Brooklyn, and about 16-17% each from Queens and New Jersey. So these are just some of the things that we have learned over the last couple of weeks as we have delved into the data that our CRZ detection system is collecting. And the good news is that others will also be able to explore this data and uncover other interesting patterns starting tomorrow, when we will be releasing this data for the first 3 weeks and then on a weekly cadence moving forward. This data set will be the 148th data set that the MTA has made available on open data. I don't know of another transit agency that has made nearly as much available on open data. And, you know, these 148 data sets demonstrate not only the MTA's openness, transparency, accountability, but they also reflect the incredible work that John's team, the strategic initiatives team, and teams across this agency have been doing for the last 3 years, methodically collecting data, organizing it, posting it, and then updating it on a weekly basis. It's just been amazing, amazing work and a testament to the value that this agency places on transparency. Stay tuned for more data to be released next month. We'll have information, once we've closed the January financial books, we'll have, and also after Uber and Lyft trips are in, we will have revenue estimates from congestion pricing posted on open data, and moving forward, much, much more to come in the next few weeks and months. Thank you. This is the view of outside that Mark Herman took before and after at 6 o'clock, showing just the impact that the toll has had right here outside our window.
We're
Thank
looking
you.
at it every day. I mean, literally, that window right next to us is showing that view that you see on the photo. And it's the conga line of express buses that used to take 40 minutes to get from the bottom of Broadway, right across from this building, into the Battery Tunnel, and it's totally different. So, there are a lot of benefits that have been playing out. Questions and comments from the board. See Lisa Soren first, Midori, Mr. Chu, Mr. Gorodnik, Mr. Mack. Lisa Soren first.
Thank you. Congratulations. I knew we voted for congestion pricing for a reason, right? And this was part of it. But on the not so much, have you heard any feedback on delivery trucks? And because I've had some feedback regarding delivery trucks, you have the post office and so on and so forth, about them paying every time they go in. What's the feedback there?
I mean, that's the toll structure that was adopted. As you will remember, the impact that those trucks have on traffic and on people's lived experience standing on the street is really big. There are several programs that the congestion relief program has started or emphasized that are run by the city to encourage more of that truck traffic to come in at night, to electrify more charging points for trucks. So we are trying to make it easier for those trucks to change their travel patterns. But yes, I mean, they are told because they do cause an undue impact on congestion here. Do you want?
There's a piece up for what.
Jano, can I just jump in just to add to what Juliet said? The other thing we're watching on that is the faster travel times that delivery trucks are able to make. So if you looked at what Juliet went through as far as the travel times within the grid, delivery trucks are appreciating that travel time as well. We're also watching how they actually do their deliveries in terms of, are you making a delivery where there's no toll, where you're delivering less product in a truck, and now you are probably being more conscientious about making sure that truck is full. So we're watching all of those things that I think businesses, are going to change their patterns based on that.
Okay, Midori, Valdivia, followed by Mr. Chu, Mr. Mack, and Mr. Gorodnik.
Juliet and the MTA team, thank you so much. I've seen this program in various iterations of approval, and to see it go live was really exciting. And I will say I took a lot of express bus trips that day just to see how things were going from Brooklyn to Manhattan. Really appreciated. One thing anecdotally that I have heard from folks who are driving trucks, I talked to newsstand guys, I talked to cops who are doing kind of some traffic management. One thing I heard from delivery drivers or business folks were like this sense that like, oh, I'll be able to save on fuel because I'm not idling, I'm not, it's easy to find a parking spot now, it's easy. So, just curious about if there's any way to kind of capture that data. I know that's difficult because that's about personal consumer expenses or business expenses. I meant to ask you this before, Juliet, so I apologize. Curious about noise pollution data. I think for me, that was something that was so stark, like just did not hear the car horns the way you do on 42nd Street and Herald Square. as well as right by, the Battery Park Tunnel. And then interested in air pollution data and kind of what is the MTA thinking? Do you have partnerships to try to get that data as well?
So I know how to answer the air quality data, but I don't know how to answer the noise questions, but Allison's here. So on the air quality data, we've partnered with DOHMH and have increased the number of places that DOHMH monitors for air quality. And that monitoring is happening now. The thing is that air quality is depends on a lot of things, is somewhat fickle. It depends on if there was an accident that happened just that day, it depends on how the wind is blowing, it depends on the temperature, it depends on all sorts of things. And so the experts at DOHMH who are analyzing the data and who are ultimately going to be the one reporting on them say they need months of data to make any kind of categorical conclusions. So it will be a little while until we know that impact. Do we know on noise?
So on noise, the environmental assessment demonstrated pretty clearly that there would not be an impact on noise because it's tied to traffic. And so it's safe to say, given the reductions we're seeing in traffic, we don't anticipate anything on the noise side either. In fact, we anticipate a positive benefit.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. It'd be nice to be able to capture what that positive benefit is because at least the first 2 weeks, I just felt there was a different tenor to really big intersections in Manhattan, and I was happy not to have to jump between cars to cross the street. So thank you. Be great to get that, and maybe that's something that the city can help with. Thanks.
Sammy Chu.
So I had a lot of conversations that Jana mentioned before where people who are adamantly opposed to congestion pricing before it went in were quietly telling me, I did invite them all to come and comment today. I said we have a comment period. They could even come log in my Zoom, but I didn't see any of them. That this is great. I'm able to cruise around. All of their threats that they were not coming into the city to park their Range Rover and pay $80 in parking due to the $9 toll were unfounded, and they're very happy. And perhaps the most exciting conversation I had was with a large union plumbing contractor in the city. And pursuant to Medora, your comment, this is it's having an immediate large business impact, and it's anecdotal at this point, right? Because just like it's going to take us time to fully assess, the financial impact and put all the numbers together. And I did, they're a large and sophisticated firm. I said, please track your times, like track this. You know what your labor rates are. You know what you're saving. And I will say, as someone who worked in the field, if it takes a lot out of you if you're someone who has to go and drive every extra minute. You have to drive in and then have to perform labor. That has an impact too. So we're not just talking about increased efficiency and reduced cost for contractors, but a better quality of life for the actual worker. So that was very positive, and I did ask him, to the extent possible, hey, track your numbers. Let us know. We'd love to see you, and please do come down, say a comment, what have you. And I just want to, I know we had a lot to get through in the presentations, a lot of things happening. It's been quite an odyssey. I just want, for where we are, for one of the other big questions we had that we would get a lot of and still get leading up to the implementation of the zone was the system equipped to handle. Was the system equipped to handle extra ridership? And we've seen, it was in committee this week. We've seen today through our official report. We've had the best on-time performance. We've seen across the system, whether it's the rail system, whether it's transit. We've seen time and time again that we have increased capacity that has been in the works for years. And to top it all off, we're seeing that, we are now, our operating budget is less now with all of this increased with a tremendous amount of increased capacity than it was, a few years ago. So I think that question has been answered too. The system is ready for you to make the switch. If it's an elective decision for you to take a drive into the zone or drive into the city at all, rather than take transit, public transportation, the MTA system, it's ready for you, including the fleet and we also have those private options, right? There's other options. We know that was, an exemption that made sense at the end for other operators if you're coming from points where you might not have accessibility to the MTA system. So I think we've proven a point to the public, which is an important one. I think we've today, between the efficiency report and between this, the positive reports on early reports from congestion pricing, I think we've also proven a point, hopefully, to Albany. So it's also appropriate today as a chew on the board to wish everyone a happy New Year, Gong Hei Fa Choi. And I encourage, given the positive news coming out of the MTA and all the hard work, that really it's not an accident. There's so much labor has went into this, and so much, there's had to be so much nimbleness and fortitude to manage all the changes that you've had to deal with to get to all these successes. I hope you are preparing a red envelope as we speak up in Albany to reward all the good efforts of this team. So thank you.
I'll celebrate that new year come April. Mr. Mack.
Happy, healthy New Year to everybody. When you get a chance, I'll pass this around. Something that I've been pushing for 5 years. The MTA fare violations on the bridges and tunnels are outrageous. I travel back and forth from Nassau County to New Jersey to 3 different offices, Manhattan, Queens. We have offices all over, including all over the country. The covered plates and the lack of enforcement that I've seen, except for the last 2 or 3 months, is outrageous. The article says billions. They don't even realize it. Yesterday, going over the Triborough Bridge and the Whitestone, which I'm chairman of Bridges and Tunnels, and I'm on those bridges, the covered plates are just something that we're just losing out big dollars. So we must look at a continual enforcement, just like we're doing in the subway, regarding these covered plates or plates that you can't read. That's all.
Okay. So this is
one thing on that.
Sure.
Yeah, I just want to, I hear you on the enforcement, but I do want to give congratulations and kudos to law enforcement from TBTA, PAPD, NYPD, and our sheriff's office, which have been doing a tremendous job on joint enforcement lately. Maybe that's why you mentioned you've seen a difference.
Lately.
Thousands of summonses, more importantly, thousands of seizures, and almost 100 arrests, I believe. So that work's going to continue, and obviously any work that we do in Albany to make sure that the rules around ghost plates are tighter is helpful. But I do want to congratulate that joint workforce that is doing that important work.
So, Mr. Mack, this is a special moment, okay? You and I are in radical agreement. So I send you a virtual hug, and keep keep going, keep policing our bridges and tunnels. But here's some of the facts. One, we collect 96% of our tolls, so we're not letting tolls go. Two, we have, and Kathy will give you the specific stats, the MTA, this is another case where the MTA has been a leader. We were a leader on fare evasion in the subways, and we have been a leader on pushing back against all forms of toll evasion, all forms. And as Deputy Mayor Joshi just pointed out, we made an alliance with City Hall because of the mayor's concern and the city's concern, especially about those ghost plates. 80% of the ghost plates, the temporary paper plates you see out there, 80% of them are fake. And they're being, to a great extent, used in crime. So we teamed up with the city and we started a program of enforcement actions which has been relentless, and it hasn't been for 3 months. It's been for the better part of a year. So I'm going to hand it to Kathy, number one, in a moment. But I need your point and the point that the deputy mayor made to be heard. We need change in the law. Right now, if we can't collect, people get bills in the mail, they don't pay them. If they're New York registrants, we could take their registration away, and we will. And then when they get caught driving without a registered vehicle, the vehicle can be impounded, and that's what is happening. We got a parking lot full of all kinds of lovely Audis and BMWs and Range Rovers of people who have $100,000 of outstanding tolls and who have been deregistered. That's been our principal goal. But what happens when one of your friends from New Jersey doesn't pay their tolls? We can't deregister the vehicles that are registered in New Jersey. So that's number one. How are we dealing with out-of-state toll beats, deadbeats on tolls? And number two, when Kathy gets a vehicle that's got a covered plate or one of those devices that obscures plates or defaces plates, you know what we can't do? Impound the plate that is a crime in itself. We can't take it away on the spot because of the law. We were rejected in Albany last year when we said, let us impound the plate, or if you won't let us impound the plate or the device, let us impound the vehicle. And we're going to go back to Albany this year and ask for it again. Because you're right, nobody who's driving around with a fake plate, what may be used in crime, ought to be allowed to just get a ticket and drive away with that same device. So, radical agreement. It's a great moment. Kathy, how many enforcement actions and what are the results?
So I'll go into enforcement in a second. I just think I'd like to talk about the facts that we're reading in some of our newspapers that aren't necessarily facts. And I ranted about this on Monday, and I'm sorry you weren't there to hear that. But I'm willing to debate the facts. But I'm not willing to debate what's being, portrayed in the media, because it's just fiction. So if we want to talk about, interpretation of facts, I'll have that conversation. But I'm not going to discuss, the reality that's being portrayed.
Look, Kathy, I'm only looking at dollars and cents to shore up our budgets, okay? And if we're missing something, that's the key. Now, forgetting the defaced, there's some plates that people purposely peel off the color. Look, I have a lot of experience. I've been in as a hobby, law enforcement for over 65 years. 5 police departments, including the county of Palm Beach. So I understand, and I'm out there all the time. So it has nothing to do with numbers or what. Let's get it cured and get the money in. Jingle, jingle.
But we're going to need your help with some of the legislators in Albany, Mr. Mack.
That I will do.
All the ones who love
that goes
other positions
upstate
you've
and
taken.
downstate,
Yes.
and
All
I
right,
will.
Kathy,
Okay, so
finish your thought.
as far as actual enforcement, the task force that we talk about in 2024 issued over 34,000 summonses, towed over 3,400 vehicles, and made 740 arrests. Adding to that, TBTA alone issued over 20,000 summonses, interdicted 6,200 toll violators, and towed over 3,300 vehicles. So when you add those two together, that's over 54,000 summonses. That's 150 summonses a day. Over 6,700 vehicles were towed, and that's almost 20 per day. And we're not stopping. So 2025, in just 3 weeks, over 4,600 summonses have been issued, over 1,100 are for covered and obstructed plates, 73 arrests. We've seized over 500 vehicles, and for tolls alone, that's about 330 vehicles. So we're not resting, and we're going to continue this.
All right, so we have a consensus. Let's keep enforcing and do even more. Other questions? Mr. Garodny.
Thank you. Just one for me. First of all, congratulations on the success to date. The numbers were pretty uniformly good, and so I don't want to harp on the only things that stood out, but there were a couple that stood out, and I don't really know how to explain them, and I wanted to see if there are any working theories. Specifically, 23rd Street westbound, 42nd Street westbound, and 9th Avenue. Those all seemed like outliers, and whereas the avenues right next to 9th Avenue did not have the problems, and the eastbound on 42nd and 23rd did not have the problem, do you have any sense as to what may be happening there?
If Will Carey were here, he would give you a very detailed answer, but I know that on 9th Avenue, he has talked a lot about how there's a lot of construction happening on that stretch of the road, as well as 5th Avenue and 2nd Avenue, two other places where we're seeing slight dips. The cross streets we have not investigated yet. Maybe you know.
Dan, I'll arrange for a personal one-on-one with Will Carey. He will be pleased.
Okay. Anybody else? Oh, Mr. Brinkman, sorry.
Yes, as was mentioned earlier, New York City has a ghost plate task force and has been doing a phenomenal job. And something that I mentioned in one of the committee meetings on Monday is I think that we should be reaching out to the adjacent jurisdictions within the MTA region and asking them to crack down on ghost plates. I live out on Long Island. I see ghost plates all the time in Nassau and Suffolk County. I know Mr. Mack has some influence in the Nassau County Police Department. Maybe we can get the police department. Why wait for these cars to hit our tolls to crack down on them? They should be writing tickets in Westchester, in Nassau, in Suffolk, in Orange County.
I didn't even think of that.
So that's just something I'd like to see. Thank you.
So Operation David Mack in effect. Okay.
This is a big dollars and cents. I mean, you're talking about $9, $10 every time they cheat you.
And who knows what other crimes
Okay.
they've committed.
We're all in agreement again. Ms. Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Quick question. Will the board be receiving these updates on a monthly basis, or what is the time frame for the report?
I don't know what will be presented, live in this meeting. Certainly if we're seeing things that are not expected, we would bring them to you. But all the data will be published, like I said, on a weekly basis on open data. And then on a monthly basis, we're going to launch a new dashboard next month with a lot of different information that we've committed to making public on this program.
Just for simplicity's sake, we'll make sure there's a section in your board books that covers
Also,
the
yes.
dashboard.
That would be helpful. Thank you.
Yes.
Anybody else? Okay. Well, again, a huge kudos to the congestion pricing team. Allison's back there, posing as Chief Kemper, from what I can see. But amazing work analyzing all this data and putting us in position to share it all with the public, and that's what we really wanted to be doing. Okay. There is a third item of action significance, and that's the Queens Bus redesign. So would you take that away, Chris?
Sure thing. Thank you, Chair. I have the pleasure to introduce the Queens Bus Network redesign for your consideration today. This has been a project for over almost 6 years now, and although I'm sitting here to present it, it was really as a team effort, operations planning, bus planning and schedules, Department of Buses, Government Community Relations, and many other departments here and with the city and the Department of Transportation. So the purpose of this staff summary is to obtain board approval to implement the Queens Bus Network redesign described in the December 2024 Queens Bus Network Redesign Proposed Final Plan Addendum, which can be found online. And this will be for local and express bus service. The redesigned bus network would better serve ridership demand while improving riders' commutes through faster and more reliable service, as well as making connections to the railroad and subway, especially the new ADA accessible subway stations. The redesigned Queens Bus Network has simpler, more direct routes, improved bus stop spacing, enhanced connectivity, improved frequency on key routes, and expanded bus priority. That's the motion right there.
Oh, golly, yeah.
All right.
I was still.
I second the motion as a Queens resident, John.
Okay. No, seriously, this is a short presentation, but we've discussed this at such great length. I think everybody knows where it is. Enormous 250 plus public meetings. How many different iterations of this? Like
This has gone through several iterations since the pandemic. Yes, 250 public meetings, 18,000 comments. This really isn't just the MTA's project. This is a project driven for and by the Queens community, elected officials, riders. We happen to be the ones organizing it and presenting it to you, but this really is a joint effort between us and the community.
Yeah, and listen, we're respectful of the fact that not everybody's going to agree about every element, but we're trying, the purpose of this initiative is to expand bus service, to align it with where the origin and where people want to go, to speed it up, and especially with those new rush routes to provide really direct connections to rail. So the folks who are in the bus in the neighborhoods that aren't close to rail, whether it's subway or Long Island Railroad, can get there fast. The highest, I just want to emphasize one thing, the highest customer satisfaction rate for Long Island Railroad is now people who ride in the city, inside the city, because we've increased service so much, and we want everybody who's in Queens to be able to benefit from that. So with that, there's a motion on the floor. No, Hayda made the motion. She's from Queens. Is there anybody from Queens who wants to second it? No, we don't take Brooklyn seconds, Maydari. It's the Bronx is seconding it. The Bronx is second. Mrs. Soren, all in favor of the Queens Bus Network final plan? Any opposition or abstention? The motion is carried. Queens has a new bus network. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask one question of Chris?
You may.
Chris, I think I asked this on Monday, but some folks in the room weren't here on Monday, so let's just reiterate. Even though this is going forward, this does not preclude changes down the line, correct?
We have our quarterly bus planning process. We're constantly examining not just Queens, but the entire city's bus network, making changes as needed to adjust to ridership patterns. So as we implement this in June and in August of this year, of course, with the bus network redesign, we'll be observing and taking note as needed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Brooklyn is
Howard.
up next, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to keep going. We now have another challenging undertaking which is already underway, which is to redesign the Brooklyn bus system as well. All right, well, with that, let's go to our more routine business. The minutes have been, from the December board meeting, have been distributed, and the minutes from each committee. Are there any corrections or omissions? Mr. Albert.
Yes, I'm surprised this one happened again. On page 5 in the listing of public speakers, both Chris and Deborah Greif's last name are misspelled. It's Greif, not Grief.
Okay. Anything else? Okay. With that correction, and we know and love our Greif, so do not misunderstand that error. The minutes are therefore approved as corrected and as distributed. There was the B&T Joint Railroad Transit and Capital Program Committees all met Monday. I've been advised these committees do not have actions or procurements to present for board approval, rare occasion. Do the committee chairs have any other business before the board that they wish to raise this morning, this afternoon? Anybody? Anybody? Hearing none. Moving on to the Audit Committee. Board Member Jones, could we hear from the Audit Committee?
The committee discussed and accepted these items. However, a quorum of members was not present. Today, I move the items for approval. And we go forward. This concludes the Audit Committee report.
Okay. Would you make the motion, Mr. Jones? Motion?
Yes?
Second, anybody?
Second.
Ms. Lopez, all in favor? Any
Aye.
opposition or abstention? The items are approved. I take it that's the Audit Committee, so moving on to Finance. Board Member Chu.
The Finance Committee met Monday, Chair, and reports the following. The procurement agenda includes 2 actions for a proposed estimated expenditure of $16.4 million. The committee recommends these items, and I move them.
Second. Mr. Jones,
Yep.
all in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The items carry.
There are 4 real estate actions this month. One is an administrative item for MTA New York City Transit. The remaining are transactional items for MTA, Metro North Railroad, and Long Island Railroad. The committee recommends these items, and I move them.
Second. Mr. Herbst, any opposition or abstention? The items carry. I just want to note that Mr. Zuckerman stayed with us on Zoom, and so thank you for what you normally do as the Finance Chair, and thank you for stepping up, Mr. Chair.
This concludes the Finance Committee report. I want to make note that I got put to work because Neil's away on my new year, so thank you.
All right.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry,
Exactly.
my friends. I apologize.
A guten year and a guten fiscal year. All right. With that, I think that concludes our board business. Anything else anyone wishes to raise? Okay. With that, motion to adjourn. Thank you, Ms. Joshi. Thank you, Dr. Russo, for a second. We are adjourned. Thanks. I was incredibly proud of the MTA board meeting that just was conducted because it hit three really important notes that I think that the public wants to hear about. One, major path-breaking initiative, congestion pricing, is working well and delivering benefits for New Yorkers in many, many different ways. Two, you heard that presentation about our efficiency initiatives. New Yorkers want to know that the money that's being invested in MTA is being invested efficiently, and that we're working hard to make sure we're saving money. And that is the reason that we are 3% lower budget, even with all this extra service. And the third is a major initiative to increase and improve service for New Yorkers who depend on buses, which is the Queens bus network redesign with 250 public meetings and a ton of collaboration with communities in Queens and stakeholders in Queens is now final. And we're going to be providing more bus service. We're going to be providing hopefully faster bus service, and we're providing new connections for folks who want to get from neighborhoods where they're not nearby a rail station or a subway station to a rail station. That's exciting. So three things I think New Yorkers want to hear from the MTA reflect in this meeting, and I was thrilled. Tim.
Let's start today with Andrew Siff of WNBC. Andrew.
Jano, good to see you this afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Under the category of please don't shoot the messenger, I do want to ask, even though I heard Juliet say that revenue would not be available to present to the board until February, do you at least have a general snapshot as to whether you're, since we now know that congestion pricing is working the way you told New Yorkers it would, is it also working revenue-wise the way you thought it would?
Listen, I think we said it clearly. One, until we close the financial books at the end of the month, and we're not going to have an accurate picture. And it's especially true because we don't get any information about the taxis and FHVs, which is a big source. They are half of the traffic in the Central Business District, and we don't really have any meaningful information about their revenues, the charges they're collecting. So that's the reason. But broadly speaking, the level of traffic is in the ballpark of what we projected after Governor Hochul unpaused the pause. So it's roughly speaking, again, very, very preliminarily, it looks ballpark like what we thought it was going to be.
All right, back staying in the mezzanine, Lindsay Tuckman from WABC, Channel 7 Eyewitness News. Lindsay.
Thank you. Thank you.
You have a fan club.
I know. I love it. Love it.
Yeah.
So the numbers obviously point to, so far, a success. Interestingly, even on the West Side Highway, on the FDR, those excluded zones. But private traffic firms are showing increased travel times, slower travel times in areas like Brooklyn in the morning commute, and Staten Island, or Queens in the Bronx in the afternoon commute. What's being looked at into that?
So, Lindsay, it's important to recognize what congestion pricing does not control is all of the traffic in the entire 12-county region. There are all kinds of variables that are impacting on that. We have more we've had job growth all over the region. It's not just in the Central Business District. We have people coming back to moving away from hybrid work and more in-person work. So there are all kinds of things going on. I would caution all of us on attributing the way that the Cross Island Parkway is working just to congestion pricing, for example. But broadly speaking, the thing that I think you can attribute is noticing that not only are travel times through tunnels and bridges faster, but what you heard from Juliet in that other slide, which is people are saving time not just on the bridge or in the tunnel to get into Manhattan, they're saving time on the Long Island Expressway as they're headed in. They're saving time on the New Jersey Turnpike as they're headed into the Holland or the Lincoln Tunnel, and big amounts of time on top of what they're saving in the actual tunnel or bridge. So those stats indicate that there is a broad benefit that's being achieved across the region. We'll see how it unfolds.
And then this is a little bit more specific in regards to tolling license plates. We've heard from some people that they are mistakenly getting charged because their license plates are very similar to other people. I know it's early still and that there's a lot of algorithms that go into all of the charging. Are those kind of inconsistencies and discrepancies being looked into?
Yeah, about a goodly number of license plate images and individual charges get reviewed by human beings to make sure they're accurate. So whenever there is any indication that the photography isn't capturing the exact license plate, it goes to what we call MIR, manual image review, and individuals look at that. And if people think they're getting wrongfully charged, there is an appeal process, and that's all set out on the website and in the FAQs that have been made available to the public. So if somebody does have that concern, by all means, be in touch, and folks are going to look into it right away.
And we move on to Samantha Liebman from New York One right here. Sam?
Hi, Jano. So have we seen, though, an increase in cars on the untolled roads versus before congestion pricing? And when are we going to have a baseline for just the tolled roads versus what's happening now? We only have a baseline for all of 60th Street, including the excluded roads.
Okay, so you want to get into all the details. So if you want to do a baseline for the CRZ as opposed to the CBD, roughly speaking, I think the difference is about 8%. But that's the difference between the number of vehicles that were in the CRZ versus in the CBD in general. But I caution all of us that the baselines are based on very limited data, because there wasn't a huge data pool the way there is now for the speed information, the travel speeds, and the crossing times that we're getting. So you can do the math, deduct 8% from whatever that CBD baseline is. It changes month to month, and you'll have roughly a CRZ baseline. But again, with the caveat that if you really want to make sure people are getting accurate information, it is based on a much more limited data set from before congestion pricing than some of the contemporary information on travel speeds, which comes from many different sources of data.
But are you going to have a baseline eventually from when, let's say, you started testing the cameras, or maybe like June 30th when they were supposed to go live? Were you counting cars at that point?
Sam, I think you remember that you guys asked us that again and again, and we said we were working out the kinks, and we were. So we don't have absolute certainty on travel data. I mean, from every period before congestion pricing was going in. That was why we were working on the cameras to make sure they're capturing all the images and looking at anomalies, and there were a lot of them, and making sure they were ready to go.
All right, back in the Loge section, Henry Rossoff right there from Pix 11. Henry?
Hey there, Jano. Hi. Am I on? Yep, there we go.
Yeah.
This goes to the management and efficiency.
He's not Mocker.
No, I'm not Mocker.
Oh, no, he's not Mocker. Okay,
no,
good.
I'm taller.
Yeah.
Browner hair.
Yeah, you look a lot younger.
Since I know he's watching at home.
Yeah. Okay.
This goes to the management and efficiency report that you went over in great detail today.
Thank you for noticing.
So I've been speaking with your press shop quite a bit about a number of spending items, and also speaking with watchdogs like the State Comptroller, Citizens Budget Commission, Office Inspector General, just to name a few. And basically what they're all emphasizing, not to get down in the micro, but in the macro, is that this is kind of a time for the MTA to have some radical transparency in light of congestion pricing. So is that a consideration for you right now?
Okay, so radical transparency would suggest, how about 140 data sets, 148 data sets? That would be radical transparency. Find another state agency that has 148 data sets and umpteen tetrabytes and gigabytes and so on of data. The challenge that you all have is that people like to call Minton's office and say, give us the data. It's all there online. Go look at it and see whether we are already the most radically transparent agency of state government. I think we are. But with that said, I think that if folks want to get into any other specifics, we're welcome. And the whole point of that presentation was to show folks all of the detailed issues that we are getting into in order to save the public money. Figuring out who's got some kind of a software license on their computer that they're not using that we can get rid of to save that cost is a very detailed, burdensome process, but we're going to do it because we want to make sure that we're saving a ton of money. Proof point, which you and the state controller should talk about, who else is 3% below their budget before COVID when they've added huge amounts of service like the MTA has? Nobody else.
So one follow-up, if I may.
Yeah.
A number of these watchdogs, they'll put out a report, and you guys will kind of bristle at it or say, we're already doing it, or it's old data. Are you being receptive enough to this sort of criticism?
Well, listen, I actually welcome all of the second guessing and analytics if it's fact-based. But I really welcome all of that watchdog input. We work closely with the state controller. We work closely with CBC. But when they're comparing apples and oranges, as sometimes happens, we're going to respond and make sure that the public understands that the analysis needs to be looked at again.
And we welcome Stephanus Chen to the Beat and to 2 Broadway from the New York Times. Stephanus.
Thank you, Tim. Hi, Jano. So just a quick two-parter. We know that the Trump administration has threatened to kill congestion pricing. And with, it seems Molinaro is stepping in, who also was not a fan. The first part of this is what are you guys hearing from them? Have you spoken to Trump's administration, any of the agencies, about what he's planned? And the second part is there a plan in place if there is through the DOT perhaps to defund it or to find some other means to halt congestion pricing? What's currently going on?
So broadly speaking, I think yesterday was a confusing day for everybody. I mean, there was some kind of an order issue. There were clarifications throughout the day. Today, there seems to be another clarification McCarthy just alerted me to where they may be rescinding the order. There was a judge put a freeze on. So the situation is very fluid. I would say this. It is not unheard of for there to be, initial uncertainty as a new administration puts its policies in place and finds its feet. So we want to, before we announce our position, I think we want to give that all a chance to settle down. In the meantime, for clarity's sake, Jay Patel sitting there, Kevin Willen sitting there, our CFO, have actually continued to work with the federal government to draw down disbursements for projects that are ongoing. So for the moment, our work has been unaffected, but I think we need to let the dust clear and to figure out what the final position, both the administration and the courts is in this entire area. Now, your second question was, do we have a plan vis-a-vis a potential interruption or attempt to? I've said it before. I do believe that Donald Trump, as a New Yorker who lived on 59th Street and spent plenty of time trying to work his way downtown to his buildings in Lower Manhattan or in Midtown in a car, understands the damage and the cost of traffic in New York. I know there are, politicians who, in his party who feel, strongly about it. But, Mr. Mack told me who is our strongest board opponent of congestion price, told me he's flying across bridges and tunnels getting in. So I think he is reflecting what a lot of people who were previously agnostic or even opponents of congestion pricing, especially drivers, are going through, which is lived experience of the benefits of congestion pricing, and we'll see, how things shake out in the administration.
All right, let's move over to Evan Simcoe Bednarski of the New York Daily News. Evan.
Hey, Jano. If you'll allow me 2 questions. First question is Richie Davis, the recently former head of TWU Local 100. As you may know, his union release per an agreement he made with the local runs out Friday. I'm wondering if you can tell me what's his status as a transit worker. Has he filed for retirement? Is he, in a position to start driving again? What can you tell me?
No filing so far, but we've notified him by letter that in light of the seriousness of the charges that have been leveled against him, number one, the MTA has no tolerance for sexual harassment, especially at a scale that seems to be charged by his union, and that if he were to try to come back to as an MTA worker, I think he's MTA bus company, but he would be suspended pending our investigation of those charges. Now, we haven't received the investigation report from the union. We'll look forward to that. But we're going to look at it on our own. He had access to all of our facilities as the union president. There were charges against him, I think, when he moved into this job. He was a longstanding union official. So this has been going on for quite some time, and we've let him know we're not comfortable with him just coming back to MTA in light of all of that. Whether it's allegations or findings, we're going to have to get to the bottom of it.
Thank you. And additionally, I'm wondering if anybody can give me an update on the wheel issue with the R160s based out of Jamaica Yard.
Okay.
I'm wondering if similar issues have been found with the R160s that have been moved more recently into Jamaica Yard, and if a cause has been identified yet.
I can tell you, is Bill Amoroso back there? Okay. Bill.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
He's coming around.
So, but here's the bottom line: is that there's engineering professionals who are studying the heck out of this issue. There's a pattern of wheel wear that is anomalous and more than it should be, and so there've been a lot of engineering studies. I think there's still a work in progress, right, Bill? So we don't have findings to act on yet, but we're really still studying it. And in the meantime, we've taken, made adjustments to the allocation of cars so that service is not impacted in any way. We're actually running pretty good service on the Queens Boulevard line, thanks in large part to the benefits of modern signaling, which was installed there in the last few years. But that issue is still unresolved. I think that's.
Sorry, maybe this is a specific question for Bill, but I'm wondering just so we can try to ascertain the location of the problem. Is it showing up on the trains that have been moved from the G line onto the tracks, which would indicate, I would think, as an amateur, a track issue as opposed to a train issue, or what can you tell us?
Yeah, but it's too early to tell the train sets that have been moved to the G, given the inspection cycles. But we are tracking very closely where those trains are operating. So we have the engineers looking at the locations the trains have operated at. We've identified certain types of curves that may be contributing to the issue. So the engineers are looking at it, as well as our maintenance forces. We're going out making adjustments where we can to try to improve the situation, but it will take time to work through the issue and make sure that we fully resolved it.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, welcoming him to his first news conference here at 2 Broadway is Walter Smith Randolph. He is an executive producer at CBS News New York.
This is the best welcome to a press conference I've ever gotten, so I will be back.
He's like Michael Buffer, if you haven't noticed.
I have 2 questions for you. The
yeah.
first one, kind of news of the day. This R-Train joyride. Just wondering, how is it possible for someone to take the train on a joyride and MTA not know about it until after the fact? It's happened before, so what's being done to prevent it from happening?
So what happened before was kids got into a yard and moved the train, 10 feet. What happened here, not acceptable. Failure of the security in the layup area. As far as I'm concerned, I'm burned about this for our riders and for all of us. Failure of security, failure of the supervision, the monitoring process that needs to be able to stop a train that's operating that's not supposed to be operating. And obviously, we have been moving forward with fixing the locks on these old subway trains, but not fast enough. So 3 areas that I'm not satisfied with that I've let my transit colleagues know need to be addressed. But it's also time to talk about, when we're buying these new cars, we got to have modern ways of controlling anyone operating it. You know, biometrics. We do use biometrics to check people's attendance. Just like we have CBTC, modern signals, we got to have biometrics on our new trains. So I am now making sure that as we buy new subway cars, we have technology that's not just a key and a lock and hopefully a yard with some barbed wire around it, but that we actually make sure that nobody can operate a train. That situation, unacceptable. Finally, I appeal to the criminal justice system. You hear this from me a lot. Can we please, like when people do stuff like this, can we please not just give them a slap on the wrist and send them home to mom? Because this has happened several times. It tends to be, teenagers who are enthralled with the subway system. We'd love them to grow up and become responsible train operators, but they can't do this. And the criminal justice system has heretofore treated it like it's a non-issue. We got to get serious about it. Somebody does that, no. That cannot be, there have to be consequences.
Okay. On a different topic, we've gotten some complaints about people being charged a mid-tier toll rate, not realizing that their Easy Pass is dead or wasn't read correctly. I know some other states have done massive replacement projects for Easy Pass. And considering that, how do people can people get their money back if they, if they get a new one or they get it, reaffix? Any thoughts on that?
What we've done is that for the first couple months, and Alice or Kathy, step up here. The first couple months, we've sort of waived all the penalties for people who are not aligning their Easy Passes with their cars. Right? This is, and we have done a huge amount of outreach to everybody who has an Easy Pass. You got to make sure that your Easy Pass is signed up with the right vehicle, right? The right license plate, because otherwise we're not going to know it was you. So we've had literally thousands and thousands of people actually take action based on that outreach and public information campaign to make sure that their Easy Pass and the car are associated properly. But for the few people who haven't, we're waiving the penalties for, I think another month or two, right? Another couple of months, so they fix their Easy Pass account. There's a phone number, literally, it's all on the MTA website and elsewhere, but there's a phone number, it's 333, we'll give you the number, but there's a phone number they can call. There's a customer service operation that does this and will help you right away. Yeah, sure.
So on the transponders themselves, we replace them approximately every 7 years. We try to be proactive before the batteries run out. We also remind people they have to be mounted correctly or they may not read correctly. So that, if you go on the website, it shows you the exact location in the windshield where it needs to be mounted. But if somebody's having, an issue with a transponder that they don't think is working, they should just call the customer service center. We can get them a new transponder right away.
And we move on to Haley Brown of the New York Post.
Hi there. This is a question.
You got
Can
it.
you hear me?
You got
This
it.
is a question from a colleague, Von Golden in Albany. So in November, you said the governor would present a plan to fill the revenue gap in the capital plan. You said, quote, she made it clear at the Thursday press conference that that would be part of her budget proposal. You said in the same exchange that you expected to be advocating in Albany around the budget. With all that said, why aren't you more upset at the governor for not being more forthcoming to put forward a plan?
Well, I think that what's going on in Albany is that the governor has said that she supports the MTA capital program, and in response to the legislature saying they want to discuss the revenue and the financial strategies, she sort of left that for the negotiation, and that's okay, because that's the way things get done in Albany, is all the parties sit down at the table and figure out the strategy for issues where they're disaligned. I'm comfortable, based on her statements, that she is very much in support of the MTA capital program, and I'm I don't feel the need to criticize anybody in the legislature. We just lay the facts on the table, which are that we've made the case for the capital plan being urgently needed to make sure that we have more ADA stations, better service, more service, and that we fix everything that has been left to fall apart, because like in the 2015 capital program, which wasn't adopted for a year and a half after it was supposed to be, And 2 years later, we had the summer of hell. So we're urging all the parties in Albany to get the message that, just like we were told to do, we have made the case about the needs of the system, and we need a funded capital plan, and I'm confident they'll take action.
All right, over to Michelle Kasky from Bloomberg News. Michelle.
Hey, Jano, there was as you said, the news of the White House going back on the executive order that it had tried to move yesterday. But the fact of the matter remains, so that I would imagine that gives you some immediate relief, but the fact of the matter remains that this is a White House that would like to reduce its spending, and it's the mindset of the White House. So how is the MTA preparing for the possibility that it could see less federal funds than it has in the past, especially since you have these major projects that depend on the federal funds?
So, Michelle, with all due respect, you're asking me to engage in massive hypotheticals. There's actually no order that's on the table right now. So you're asking me to hypothesize what might happen based on what you describe as a mindset. Respectfully, I decline. What I do think, though, is that the incoming administration is hearing what we've been saying, which is New York is 43% of the mass transit riders in the United States. It gets 17% of the federal money. That is an unfairness. If you were saying that, that Florida didn't deserve to get its share of hurricane money, everybody would be outraged. And yet that's what happens to the MTA year after year. It's gone on for many years. I don't blame this administration, but it's time to deal with that. And that's going to be our pitch to them, whoever is in the seats, at the various seats at USDOT or in the budget office or in the White House.
But that's the pitch that you've always been making. How does the pitch change? I mean, that's the pitch that you've been making even when Democrats are in the White House. So how does the pitch change since the tone has changed in Washington?
Again, you're asking me to comment on tone and mindset. I don't do that. I just respectfully decline.
All right, joining us in person today is Alfonso Castillo from Newsday, Long Island's own. Alfonso.
Hi, Jenna. A couple of questions on the congestion pricing stats. So by my math, that's about 30,000 fewer cars in the CBD each day, which would be about 5%, which would be well short of what the governor said to expect in the neighborhood of a 13% reduction. So what do you make of those numbers? I mean, that would sound like a disappointment, but obviously you're very pleased.
Listen, Alfonso, I think that, what I would challenge you and everybody here to do is let's not be selective about statistics. The most relevant statistics are the ones about the time savings that is actually demonstrably being experienced. The stats that you're doing are based on a data scientist developed baselining that's based on limited information. I understand why, folks want to gravitate to that, but when you're seeing such dramatic time savings and a dramatic increase in speeds, and it's not just through the tunnels, or it's not just in the CBD or the CRZ, it's actually when some of the people who read your paper come on the LIE towards Manhattan. They're saving time all along the way. That is provable lived experience. I'm not disappointed at all. I'm not disappointed at all.
So that kind of sets up a follow-up question, which is to say, if you're so happy with these numbers and it's working as well, you said it's met your expectations, is that an argument against raising the tolls to the $15 by 2031?
You get the award for jumping ahead, many years, outdoing Michelle in the hypotheticals department. But I will have to see the whole question of where we will be month to month, year to year. It remains to be answered, and we're monitoring it very closely. And they're going to be putting out all that data, so you can chew on it and ask us tough questions. Way too early to be, guessing about decisions that will be taking place, if they do, several years from now.
All right, if I can point your attention to the Zoom equipment there, that's Marla Diamond, has patiently waited from 1010 wins 92.3. Marla.
Thank you. Jano, we've heard anecdotally of overcrowding and increased travel time on the subways, especially in central Brooklyn, on the F line, on the G line. Has service been added on subway lines? When might we see some improvement in commute times? And also, you know, some lines were snarled yesterday by somebody on the tracks. I know that's unavoidable, but
I'll stop that
when you're asking,
right away. Yeah.
okay, when you're asking people to, you know, get out of their cars and get onto the trains, they want to see better service. When can we see that?
Marla, yesterday was the first day since the new year that we had 4 million people on the subway. We used to have 5.5 to 6 million people. There is room for everybody. The 130,000 people are driving. If every one of them got out of their car and came on the subway or the bus or the Long Island Railroad or whatever, it would be a drop in the bucket. We have plenty of room. And it's not, and I say this with respect, it's time for the folks who cover this issue to level with the public. There is no overcrowding due to congestion pricing. You might get a day when the trains seem a little crowded or when service is disrupted. It has nothing to do with congestion pricing. The numbers are very clear, so you got to make that clear. Whether we're doing a good job in improving service, we are always looking to improve service. We have the best, on the numbers, the best subway service we've had in a decade. However, I'm not satisfied, and we're not going to be stopping pushing until we get the subway better and better and better and have more customer satisfaction and better travel times. But in the meantime, a lot of the folks who listen to 92.3 are experiencing amazing service on the commuter rail, the best in history, and that also is worth mentioning to them. The on-time performance and people coming back to commuter rail, the numbers are out of sight. So that's the story from MTA headquarters, and I hope you'll be sharing it with your listeners.
And joining us from a beautiful commute from Brooklyn is Julia Joseph from News 12 there. Julia.
Thank you very much. Hi, Jano. So switching gears a little bit to subway safety, another thing our viewers and lots of New Yorkers care a lot about. With the addition of 200 plus police officers at the subway stations this month, and now the officers overnight on each and every subway train, I want to know if you're satisfied with the MTA and NYPD's new game plan, and if you feel like this is working on the safety front.
I'm number one, never satisfied, because we have to make no matter what the stats are. I get in trouble when I point out that overall stats have improved, but no matter what the stats are, the main thing is for everybody to feel safe on the subway, and that is not the case right now because of these high-profile incidents, which are frankly terrifying to a lot of New Yorkers and a lot of our customers. So, number one, we're not satisfied. Number two, I'm thrilled that the NYPD added officers in general and specifically on the trains. God bless Governor Hochul for making the investment, and bless Jessica Tisch for moving so quickly to implement that switch. So that is a huge shot in the arm for subway safety, and especially for riders' feeling of subway safety. To see cops on the trains is a huge step forward, and we're obviously going to be monitoring it. My goal, and I think it's the governor's goal too, is to have a level of police presence on the subway that we see now continue on throughout the year. Because in years past, we had surges that really did make people feel safe and better, and then it trailed off as the year went on. We need this level of presence throughout the year.
When you say, sorry, just follow up. When you say throughout the year, also, do you think maybe throughout the day, or are you sticking to the overnight plans for now, the 2 officers on each train?
Well, I don't know about what trains you're riding, but there are a lot more cops on the platforms. There are a lot more cops in the mezzanines. We are seeing the increase in the police force in the system right now, not just on the overnights, but all through the system. That is what the governor announced in her State of the State, and what's being implemented by the NYPD, and very successfully.
And next up, Dave Colon from Streets Blog. Those Knicks, what was it, 43 points the other night, Dave?
Oh, man, they blew out Memphis. Great
Big.
defense, too.
It was big.
Huge, huge. I had a couple for you,
Do you
Jano.
know that Memphis has 3 times the crime rate of New York? Well,
I don't know why people are going, oh, I did not know that.
Okay,
I don't pay attention
so
to any city outside of
the
New York
highest
City.
crime rate.
So on Monday, Jamie was here during the Capitol Committee meeting, and he was giving an Omni update, and he said, we're approaching the point where every fare class and group will be able to use Omni seamlessly, which is great. We all love that. So I'm wondering then, does that mean that we are also approaching the point where, although I see you smiling, where all-door bus boarding is finally going to happen? What is the Jano Lieber MTA philosophy on all-door boarding?
Here's what I think we're shooting for. Let's get to Omni. Let's get rid of the complexity of fare collection that has confused riders. That was part of the growth of fare evasion when we started with the SBSs. You got to take a ticket here, but if the local bus comes along and you want to go to that one, then you pay. So let's take it step by step. The fact that my priority, I'm not going to mislead you, is beating back the epidemic of fare evasion on buses that is making buses, which when I grew up were a place of safety, where you sense the most welcoming public space environment in New York was a bus with a bus driver who was an authority figure and who didn't wait for the environment to become, out of control. I want to see that again for New Yorkers. And part of that is beating back the epidemic of fare evasion. But we have equipped the back door with Omni readers, so we're ready when we get to the point where that all makes sense, David. And I know you'll be there to encourage me along the way.
But is that like 25% fare evasion? I mean, is that what?
Lower than we've got right now, lower than the 44%, which represents a 12% improvement from where we were 6 months ago.
Can you identify lines where it's low enough that you could do the pilot at least to see how it works?
Yeah, I'm not going to confuse New Yorkers more with having different rules. That's one of the disadvantages of this one-off free bus thing, is that everybody's continuing to be confused. The reason that there's a sign on the front that says fare required is that there are too many things which have confused people. One of them was the SBS system. Then COVID came and we said, don't pay, get on the back. And then we had the free buses that they heard about and they weren't sure which bus was free. Then we had the students who didn't have any fare cards until we gave them Omni cards. They just got on the bus and didn't pay, so it looked like it was free. So we're going to stop confusing the riders, and we're going to start enforcing fare payment. That's the goal, and I'll take my lumps on the back door in the meantime.
All right, so close us out today, straight from the Upper West Side of New York City. There's Jose Martinez of the city.
But I have materialized in Lower Manhattan somehow. Next week when you go to Albany, Jano, how do you make the sale? I know you've spoken about that in terms of making the sale to, or you've mentioned, the things you have to mention. So how do you make the sale to a panel that vetoed it, though not on the merits of the program? And lastly, we know congestion pricing is central to this program, this current capital program. Just in layperson's term, could you explain why it's not part of the next program?
Well, they didn't. If they was going to pay for the next program too, the number would have had to have been way higher, and nobody wants that. That's the bottom line. Listen, how are we going to make the sale, as you say? The issue in Albany, as I understand it, is not the substance or the size of our program. It is everybody recognizes that with that historic 20-year needs document, never produced anything before of that consequence or detail. We showed everybody that there are elements of the system that are so far gone that you are risking people's ability to get around if you do not fix them. And I'm going to be straight up with everybody about that. If you do not fix the power systems, you're going to see what happened in Hoyt-Schermerhorn or State Street. State Street power substation a couple weeks ago. You're going to see the stuff that happened at 59th Street, 2 weeks ago when I was over there, and a component from the land that time forgot blew up, right? So you have to make these investments or you're misleading New Yorkers about what you're doing to them. If you don't make the investments, you're leading them back to the summer of hell, full stop. Then you're also going to be straight up with them about the good stuff that we all want, more ADA stations, more lines that have modern signaling so they can operate with the reliability and frequency of the L or the 7. More zero emissions buses so our fewer children will get asthma, and so on. So I'm going to be straight up. I am not the wizard of Albany government finance. They have a $200+ billion budget. They have a lot of different balls in the air, and my pitch is always going to be, let's be straight up with the public. This needs to be funded, and I know you can do it.
All right, thanks very much, Jano, Bill, Kathy, Jay, and Kevin. Thanks, everybody. Good afternoon from Lower Manhattan.